first time I'm doing this, so if anyone can, please drop a message. I am checking the chat. Oh, hey, we got a bunch of people here. Hey, Woof, how's it going? Thank you for the waiting screen. It's just something I grabbed online. Hey, sir, Shiley, sir, how's it going? Vista and Vision, hey, how's it going? Thank you for coming. Yay! Oh, we cannot see you, but we can see your PC. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna lower the audio. Hopefully that is low. Okay, let me boost my mic up. This is the very first time I'm doing this. I have zero idea. Properties. Okay, there's the setting. Does this sound better? Oh, okay. Okay, let me go into my Windows actually. Sounds boosted from there. Levels. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Is this better? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I see Steel. Hey, Steel. Oh, Sergey. Thank you for joining. I will introduce all you guys one by one. Prashant, hey, thank you for joining from India. Is the audio good, people? Music dropped by 10 points on a scale of 100. Okay, they're perfect. All right, desktop audio further lower. Actually, let me boost it for me a little bit because I can't hear nothing, and then I'll drop it on the OBS. Is this good or further lower? Feel like the sound curve is exponential. Yeah, you gotta put some background, Silasir. I have blank walls except for this corner. If I turn the camera, there's nothing on this side. It's a basement. Okay, perfect. Hey, Nehal. All right. Okay. Before I start anything, I would just like to say I have a very bad cough. That if I cough, I'm gonna mute myself. But hopefully, that happens on time. If I don't, I will have to probably cough on mic, but hopefully it won't be too loud. But yeah, other than that, just excited to start this because it's been a while that this project has been in the making. The Batman project started back in January of the microphone is hissing, is it? I'll drop it just a tiny bit. I'll probably talk louder if that helps. But yeah, so it happened back in January of 2021 when I was reaching out to people and I wanted to create this for the longest time and I couldn't. And I almost had this thing where like I was scared of doing it because I knew that there was one of my personal very big projects that I wanted to do, but I always thought that I wouldn't be able to reach the quality that I could. So I ended up postponing it for the longest time, but then finally when I felt like, yeah, I think I have like enough experience where I could pull it off, I started reaching out to people on ArtStation. I reached out to a ton of artists asking if they would like to give their personal time, which I understand a lot of them have their own projects or a lot of them don't want to do like art stuff after finishing like a full day job. So I ended up asking, and then a lot of them signed up. Hopefully some of them will join us, and I can introduce them. But a lot of them really kicked out some amazing artwork, and I've been sharing some of them, but that's just literally the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more artwork, and I can't wait to share all of it. So for this stream, or well, all the streams in general, I have decided to just make Gotham. I currently don't have character modelers for Batman or the two thugs. So hopefully if I make Gotham and it looks good enough that some senior character person wants to like help out, because I really don't want to invest like money into this or take money out of it because of the fact that it's not my property, it's Warner Brothers, and I just don't want like money to be involved in it. So hoping that everyone wants to give their time to it at the end of the day. So yeah, like I feel like we could do it because I feel like I have enough experience building cities, and because thanks to all the concept art that these guys did, that I ended up knowing the vision, because earlier it was very hard for me to picture what the city was supposed to look like, but then eventually having seen the concept art and kind of getting a vibe, like the best part about like this whole process, like for me directing this, was when I was telling the concept artist, hey, like they would reach out and they'd be like, so what is this, let's say, Batcave supposed to look like? And now there's a person asking you, and you really have to explain it to them what it's supposed to be, what's inside your head. Because a lot of times it's okay if there's nothing inside your head and you're like, I don't know, like a cave of some kind, like, but then it's easy for you to tell that to yourself, because you end up saying, oh, I guess I'll just like make it when it comes to it, rather than actually knowing it. But then when somebody else asks you, because they're giving their time to it, you really have to sit down and explain. And a lot of times there were so many happy accidents that happened that I'll share, where I ended up like thinking of things, or the artist ended up thinking of things that we had never thought of, and it took the project into a different direction. So I totally am grateful for the experience, where now like I understand the city a bit more because I explained it to somebody rather than just doing it on my own. Because literally that's what I'm going to do right now, as I'll open up Unreal Engine and like bring in the Kit Bash kits. Like it's going to be a blank scene and I'm going to be like, what are we doing again? But then like a lot of the process is just like browsing and like coming up with accidents, but at the same time having the concept art that helps understand what the camera position is or what the lighting is and all. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know how long the stream's going to be. I hope you guys have popcorn. I feel like it's going to be long, but we'll see how my hardware holds up. I tried to optimize it before, where I could not load the heavy environments while also streaming. Like I watched the stream on the side and it was lagging. So hopefully it is optimized now and works. If it doesn't, if it lags or anything, please feel free to let me know. And let's see what people are saying. Vista, before you start, I have a query. Yeah, go ahead, Vista. Yeah, I also don't know what the lag is from me like reacting in real time versus you guys seeing it. Can we use a material instance with a blend material? Do you mean like just blending materials in general, or do you mean Megascan's blend material? I personally, again, here's another forewarning. A lot of the stuff that I put out, and I tell this a lot of times at my work as well, people see the work that I put out and they're like, oh my god, it's so cool, you must know everything. I have like, I would probably say if like the person who made Unreal Engine knows 100% of the Unreal Engine, I'll probably know like 15% or 20%, and I'm not even exaggerating, because the software is so massive. A lot of the stuff I have zero clue how to do. So a lot of times it's literally me Googling, where I go on and I search on forums for the longest time. So yeah, for Megascan blend material, I have used them a little bit. You can I think Megascan blend materials are based on maps rather than material instances. You are working with the final material instance, but inside of it is a bunch of maps. So you can just load whatever other map you can. Okay, there's people answering. Perfect. Yes, you can. There you go. Yeah, so a lot of the people in the chat or on the server probably know way more, so please feel free to ask them. I'm just a guy who tries to make things look pretty, that's all. Okay, let's switch the scene. I hope it works. Okay, maybe I'll shrink myself down a little bit. In the corner. There we go. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, unless what Wolf said, like if you don't do it yourself, you have no idea what's happening. All right, so I set up a basic scene. I didn't really do much because I wanted to start from scratch. I just got 2 kits that I'm going to be using most of the time for a lot of the environments. Art Deco kit from Kit Bash and Goliath kit. I 100% recommend people to check Kit Bash out because of their work has tremendously saved a lot of headache for me. I'm someone who comes from a 3D background, and I can make a lot of 3D stuff when I learned it back in India or even in Seneca or over the years. But like I can't, I know my way around Maya, but like, and I can model or texture if I had to really badly, which I probably have to for Batman, like the character models. But I'm more of a person who likes putting things together and telling a story. Like my end goal is to tell a story. It's not to be like I am a character artist or modeling, texturing artist. And more power to the people who are, because they probably put out way more dope stuff than I can. But to me, it's just about story, how to convey high quality stuff in a short amount of time. So in my case, I have Kit Bash here. I'm just going to minimize some windows on the side. Yeah, being layout 2D. Yeah, so I mean, I tried that too. I've tried like previs layout type of stuff, but I feel like I'm much more happier just building the whole thing. Like with previs, I feel like it's a lot of like you make it and like I'm currently doing previs for a project Sergey probably knows about, but like to me at the end of the day, it almost feels like I'm making this and it looks okay because it's a previs. You're not supposed to put a lot of work, but then like, or even layout, but you're just laying things out. You're not like really taking it to final. Like I like taking it to the final as well, which is what helps me rather than, yeah, just one stuff. So I just have Kit Bash open here. Just gonna show you guys what these kits look like. If I can find historical. So we have Art Deco and Goliath. So Art Deco was one of their very oldest kits. So a lot of the materials or models might not be as detailed as the newer kits, but it still holds because obviously it's based on that era of like pure concrete. So this is what I mean. A lot of times like this material, for example, is tiling way too much. You can tell the same pattern repeating. So you might have to change a bunch of that or adjust some materials. But the models are pretty cool. And again, most of the time we're going to be like really far away from it rather than being close to it. This one is pretty cool with the staircase. So that's Art Deco, and then you have Goliath, which is their newer version of, I guess, Art Deco 2.0, but it also has a little bit of like it's not based on reality. You can see some of the buildings are clearly like Hugh Ferris inspired with like the arches going through the buildings, which is perfect. I love that stuff. So we're going to be using these mostly to build because that's going to be our architecture. And then we're going to have like a mix and mash of like other kits and other assets and stuff to make it more futuristic and like not really stuck in like 1940s alternate timeline or something. So yeah, super cool kit. As you can see, like that's when I saw that image I was like, wow, I need to get that for the Batman project because that's exactly what I was envisioning. I'm also gonna open up Pure Ref so you guys can see. Okay, it's a pretty big project given how many images there are. So it'll take a second to load. And I haven't even shared like the rest of the mood boards, but since you guys are here, I can give you guys a very quick overview before I share it on my socials. Let's give it a second. Oh, lag. I hope it's not lagging terribly. Okay, I'm gonna close some stuff. Oh boy. Yeah, at this point I really feel like I need to upgrade my machine a little bit. But there we go. Whoops, sorry. So you guys saw most of this stuff that I shared already, like movie stills. Like I personally love this stuff. Like to see like all of these images in one go, it like totally gives you an idea of the kind of lighting you need to put in when it comes to like strong contrast. Like I love that stuff. I feel like Batman is perfectly justified in a high contrast scenario. Like the newer Batman movies were great, but like I feel like this is something that I've told like the concept artists who are trying to make stuff as well. When you put Batman in like a very lit room, like obviously he's gonna be in lit rooms because like in his world he's a person who's walking around doing things. So, but as a filmmaker, I feel like you have the choice to put him in certain situations to where to showcase and where not to showcase. And whenever he is in like very highly lit rooms, he really looks like a guy in a bat suit. You know, it's not really like I don't know. It feels funny to me to say like, yes, Batman is cool and it's amazing, one of my favorite superheroes and all that, but like it's a guy in a suit, like at the end of the day. And I feel like we should try to not accentuate that fact, that we should really focus on the fact that it's like this mystery. To me, at least personally, watching the 90s cartoon show growing up, it almost felt like every time you saw like images like that are drawn in comic books or in general, like if you see like this type of stuff, like he's supposed to be this menacing entity that is like of course like the people, like the bad guys, know that he's a like a person in a suit, but like at the end of the day, like when you see that standing in the darkness, like it just strikes fear much more than if this was a guy in proper lighting. So that's why a lot of times when they put him in like strong lighting scenarios, I feel like it doesn't hold up. So that's why I love the older Tim Burton movies, because the contrast was like so high, like the shadows are like pitch black. I love that stuff. And then yeah, more of it in the second movie he did. A lot of beautiful color palettes. Also goes to show like how scenes are paced, where like you have like these darker environment, first warmer environments, then cooler environments, then greener environments, then you know, like change of color. And then the last two movies, I heard a lot of things about them, but then I eventually ended up watching them, and like yeah, it's like I don't know what happened. Like that's why you can see the number of images that I have also like decreases. Like this one was good, this one was good, and then it starts dropping because I couldn't really find images that I liked from those. There were still some of them which I liked for like the architecture, for example. Like that's what I was imagining when it comes to like the Gotham. I was trying to build like these art deco towers rising into the sky with like walkways and stuff. So they did have like some good stuff there, but like the color palette, like the lighting really killed it. Sorry, Kate, never go full purple. Slow motion. Yeah, I know, right? Steele said from the slow-mo on top of Framebox. If you go on my YouTube channel like really far back, I have this slow motion video that I recorded so far back because I was learning After Effects, and Twixtor was the software that could like make everything slow-mo, and we're like, let's go upstairs and jump, and we all just jumped, and that's all the video was, a bunch of people jumping, and I was like, let's try to make this like cool. And that was like one of my first few videos, and then yeah, we've come a long way. I will share the board eventually once I'm done sharing all of the rest of the board, because there's so much more that I haven't shared. Like for example, vehicles. Once I make a bunch of Gotham stuff, I have a couple of people in mind who are also interested, who have like next level like work when it comes to like designing cars. and some of them are interested. I just need to like be serious about this and make something first to for them to see. But yeah, there's like stuff with the Batmobile that you're gonna see, the blimps we already designed, the GCPD blimps, just different ideas of what silhouetted white eyes. Like to me, this is the most iconic thing, and I feel like Batman has been robbed over the years for not having like white eyes, because I feel like it's like one of the most iconic things. And like for the longest time, all I heard was people saying you can't use white eyes because you can't see the actor's performance, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, you realize that that's the whole point of Batman, that you're not supposed to see what he's feeling or what he's emoting. Like if he wants to emote, he can take his mask off and do whatever he wants when it's with his friends, you know. But like at the end of the day, like when you see him in this white eye look in the nighttime, in the darkness, it is so much more menacing than like a guy with just regular eyes. And you can always like emote through it if you really wanted to. Like when he squints right there, like that's something I was talking with like the character artist when they were designing the cowl, that there's a way where you could kind of cheat the squint of the eye without, because this is obviously 2D animated where he has a cloth based thing and he's just animating the eyes that way. But you could kind of justify animating a mechanical cowl with like shutters that are in front of his eyes. So let's say if he's zooming, they're like, because it's essentially in my mind it's like an augmented eye, similar to like what Iron Man has when he's seeing through it. Or if you play the Arkham games, like when, because he's a detective at the end of the day and he needs to solve crimes, like the eyes provide you that technology where you could like zoom and check in different wavelengths and whatnot, make trajectories of what happened where and all of that. And Arkham games really show that well. So there's ways of justifying that. If you have like mechanical shutters in front, like you can end up seeing like the eyes be very emotive, where you can animate the shutters a little bit. So that's something we're looking into. But that's something I really feel needs to happen, because in the movies they don't, and it just robs them. Like this is the shot from the Ben Affleck Batman at the end when he goes up to Luthor and somebody photoshopped the eyes in the real one. He's just standing there with no eyes, and like look at the difference it makes just having that. Like it feels so much more menacing. And they also said that you can't, like, emoting white eyes kind of look funny, but like Deadpool really proved everyone wrong when they did it. Like nobody questioned it. Nobody was like, oh, how is Deadpool's eyes getting bigger and smaller because the mask is so rigid? Like nobody questions it. Like you take it that it works, you know. So yeah, a bunch of like Batman suit design, some alternate futuristic stuff. We'll get to that once we get into that. Just Batman in the city stuff. Just the thugs, the bad guys, the augmentations that's going to be on them, the police maybe. It's a bunch of stuff. And then you guys already saw like the tunnels and back alleys, ground level, Gotham. But yeah, to me the image that speaks the most is Mike Johnson, super talented concept artist. When I was browsing images to see, it's funny, before the AI dawn, where you tried to find that perfect image that really showcased what you had in your mind. So I kept browsing for like hours and days, and like eventually found this image, and I was like, this is it. I was talking about this, like towers of Art Deco architecture that are stacked on top of each other in like this fashion where you can almost feel like they're bulbous and they're growing out sideways. Because like the way I imagine the city to be, and I mentioned this before, is this is what I feel like the city of Gotham would have been like if it was in current times. Like, meaning, let's say in an alternate reality, Gotham 2022 or something. Like, this is what it would look like because it's more relatable. This is by, I believe, Mitchell Stewart, who's another super talented concept artist. This is what it reminds me of, where I'm like, okay, I see the buildings. I can see that they're like something like you would find in like New York or something, with like this central structure that is like the coolest iconic landmark, I guess, like World Trade Center. But this wasn't really it. I wanted to push it further into its future. So like pushing this like further in, this is what I would imagine it would turn into when you don't have like physical ground to lay more city space and all you're left with is just going vertical. So they're like, okay, fuck it, we'll just go vertical. And when you get too vertical, obviously you need to connect it to other towers to support them. Or a lot of the times, like, I like the fact that there's like this skinny building. This is what I would imagine was the original stem of the building, and then like this one just started growing sideways. So like they were like, okay, we need more units on like from floor 75 to floor 100 or something, and they just started growing sideways like that. And then they did that. Like, let's say they were like, oh, more people want like floors on from 100 to 125 or something. So they grew even more like sideways, with like the premium rooms being the ones where you can like see outside or something, just like real life, where like corner units and stuff go for a lot more. And then it tapers off, and maybe it gets skinnier because like people can't afford to be on like this section, so it's not still as developed. So I kind of like that fact versus what like Hugh Ferris did back in the days. Was like, if you see his sketches, when he was designing like the Metropolis of Tomorrow, and I highly recommend to check out this book. It is online, available, published in 1929. This dude drew all of this, and I'm so glad that somebody preserved it and scanned it. But like, to him, he never really saw like glass and steel during his architecture days, so he ended up imagining what concrete would look like in the future. So that's why his structures are more brutalist in nature, where you end up seeing like these like just concrete jungle essentially. But what I've noticed in all of them is like they're very pyramidal in shape, where they all taper off, which makes sense obviously from an architectural point where you want it to be heavier at the bottom and less heavy at the top. But that's where I feel like it gets stuck in that world. If you wanted to bring it into a more like future world, I guess you can change that size, which I think really adds to the overall aesthetic. And then just adding these walkways and stuff. Like, I personally love the fact that like when Hugh Ferris originally designed this, he had some like this stuff, which I loved. That what they did is they had roads back then. They were like, okay, flyover is the next big thing, where they're like, okay, let's elevate this road vertically. And then like this is what they ended up designing. They were like, oh, there's going to be roads in the future that will be like higher up, and that's what flyovers became. But then obviously he took it even further by like elevating them really high up. But the way I imagine this in the Gotham that I'm designing is, if you're going to like break up the city into different tiers, where it's like the lower level, the mid level, and then the elite level at the top, like I would imagine this is what the Gotham would look like. To me, this image is beautiful. Like the lower level is still like cars and things that you relate to, that you still understand, because like people, that's what people can afford. Like the classic divide of high and low, which has been like in movies since forever. But like all these cars are just going around doing their thing and everything is relatable. But then when you look up, you see like these walkways, and like this could almost be another one of those highways that we just saw that like Hugh Ferris designed, where this is for like people who are like the middle income families, or people who can afford to be slightly higher. Like they don't want to go down if they have to drive around. Let's say, like, why should you go down vertically? You can just like drive at the same height, more or less. So that's why like roadways for up here will like probably have much more advanced cars, but still not flying cars, just a little bit more advanced. And then like that's why there's like advertisements when it comes to like all of these ads. There's like ads down here for the people that live here. Then you get like a fall off into black, which really showcase like the height of the building, because it's so tall that the light falls off into like darkness. And then higher up, you end up seeing like even more ads that are targeted for another section of people, because like if there are these flyovers that are people are driving by on, like they would want to see these ads because you want to capture them. So that's what they do. And then finally, at the very, very highest tippy top level, if you must, would be like the elite people, and they don't really need highways, because like highways is essentially like a poor man's like waiting game, where you have to wait to get somewhere. But like if you're rich enough where you can afford a car and you have your own landing pad or whatnot, like there won't be too many of these flying cars, because I feel like it detaches from reality really fast when you see that stuff. It looks cool, definitely, but yeah, just some of them where they're like, you know, scattered and they have their own like roadways and stuff, they're just flying around, but like not super dense, because I've seen some cyberpunk images where like there's incredibly dense air traffic. So not something like that, but just like something light. And then some of them maybe come down, for like deliveries and stuff. Let's say, like, imagine a giant truck that's just landing vertically down because it has to like deliver something and then flies back up. So it's just like imagining all of these things about your world, trying to be like an inhabitant of your world. Anytime you're building any kind of world, like try and be like, hey, what if I lived there like 24/7? What things I would need? Like, for example, when it comes to bridges, and I don't believe I've shared this image, but I'll give you guys a sneak peek. This is something that the artist Shubham Partey created for this particular frame. And this is the part where the thugs get caught and the camera starts down here and then it pans upwards and then fades into the next shot with Batman standing on top of the roof, and then the final iconic shot. But in this shot, I really wanted to recreate, I wanted to be slower when the camera pulls up so you can see the city behind them and to get an idea of how massive the city is. So at first, Nadeem, who's a super talented concept artist, he did these quick sketches where he ended up showing what that alternate take might look like when I said I need to see a lot of these Art Deco buildings with walkways and highways and whatnot. So he ended up doing that, which looks super cool. And then he passed it on to like Shubham, who ended up taking it to 3D and adding more details and so on and so forth. So this was that Art Deco kit with those arches that I mentioned where it like goes through the building. And then when I was trying to explain it to him what it's supposed to look like, I realized, wouldn't it be cool if you have these highways, right? But so this is the final image, like one of the 4 variations that he did, and it's beautiful. Like, I love this. I know exactly what to recreate at this point. Like, I know exactly what needs to be built. But while we were discussing, I came up with this idea. What if it would be cool? Let's say, because if you're a person driving on one of these highways that is so high up, and you need to go vertically down, right? At some point, let's say I need to go at the base of this building, but then how do you really go down? Because like you're so high up. So I was thinking, what if these like pillars are essentially elevators, similar to what like Elon Musk is doing with his underground tunnels, where your car skates onto like this platform, it locks the wheels, takes you down, and then like rolls you wherever you want to. But instead, what if, let's say there's like 4 lanes here, and then the middle 2 lanes are just for going straight, just like our flyovers that we have, our highways. And then the outermost lanes are the ones that you would technically exit into, but no, you don't no longer have those traditional exits that we have where it's like a curve that goes out. Instead, there's just like a lineup. So let's say the cars just stop here next to this gate, the skate rolls out, the car goes in, the skate pulls it in, and then you can decide what level you want to go to. So you can now use the verticality of the roadways and make it more productive, rather than, oh, why build this roadway so high up where it's like all like 80% of that structure is just a pillar that's not being used for anything. But instead, now you can have sub levels to the same roadway, so they all branch out, and then you can decide to which roadway you're going to, right? So the elevator might take you down 1 level, you might exit out the skate, then drive forward and then continue on your thing. So that might be like a cool little way of transportation in the world. Or you could have like pit stops. Let's say if you're driving on these type of highways, in our world we have pit stops that are on the ground, we can just turn and go into them. But if you're this high up, where do you go really? So let's say they can say, like, let's say they're Google Maps. Like, this is the fun part where like I just started building the world in my head, and I'm like, oh, it'd be cool if you have this and that. So what if in this one, like your Google Map says, okay, take elevator, exit number, whatever, and you stop here, and then it automatically drops you down, and then you continue on this level that is right underneath it. But instead of roads here, it's like a little chunk. It's not an entire like roadway, so to speak, on the second level. Is just like a little platform, and you have like the restaurants and like the pit stops, the fuel station or whatnot on this level here, so people can really like just pause and unwind, get out of the car, like look over the city. You get this beautiful view of the buildings around you, and you look under, there's like the ground traffic, and you look above, and it would be like cool to have like just a person just be standing there and looking around as they're waiting for, like, let's say fuel. And once you're done, you just drive back into the elevator, it pulls you up, and then you continue on your journey. So like that, I think, would be cool when it comes to like roadway designs. So just maximizing, I guess, whatever you have, trying to explain like form over function. I feel like no, is it the other way, function over form? basically the utility of a object needs to be a higher priority than just the look of it. And if you really want to go for the look of something, then try your best to find a way to explain how that thing works, because that's important. When you explain it to yourself, you explain it to the audience indirectly of what those are supposed to be. So yeah, there's tons of cool things, character stuff that we won't probably get into right now, but yes. So for today, I was kind of confused what I want to do. I was thinking maybe I could do the alleyway, but I feel like this one is much more relatable, so it will require a lot more detail for like to make it more like grounded into reality. So I feel like I'm gonna probably start with this shot. I shared some of the images that my friend Rory Highland, who is an amazing artist. If you don't know, check him out at Colorature, I believe his title is. I'm going to share some of their socials so you guys can see. Let's see. Let me find Instagram. Rory Highland. He is like one of the most underrated artists when it comes to sorry, I'm having a hard time. I'm just gonna go on Instagram and find him. One of the most underrated artists when it comes to like photoreal work. It's like mind-boggling that the amount of stuff that he creates. I always mess it up because the word color has two spellings and I always write the other spelling, but there we go. So this is Rory's profile. I'm gonna bring it down. Like I love the stuff he does. Like he loves doing like nature stuff, but like he really focuses on like absolute photorealism over stylization. And at some point, photorealism can be stylized, a way of making your own version of what art is supposed. Like when I see his stuff, it almost feels like painterly. Like everything is 3D. He never does like any photo bashing or anything. Every single item that he makes is like pure 3D. But like it's just beautiful. And he hasn't had like proper 3D background. He just like picked it up as a hobby and then ended up doing it, and now it's like absolutely beautiful. So he helped out on I totally recommend, by the way, go follow him, guys. But he helped out with some of the work for Batman and started doing, just because he wanted to really get into like city stuff, because he usually does nature stuff a lot. He wanted to just give it a shot and see what he can do, and he ended up creating these images that I've already shared on my socials, particularly this image that was based on that other shot that we just saw, which is this one, where the camera starts further down. You see the police car, and then the camera pans up. You see a building with some stairs, and you assume that the thugs ran up the stairs. And then it stops here at the skyline, them running, and then Batman drops in. So he was trying to get that last frame, essentially this one, where he's trying to make different images. And sorry about that. So he created that image right there, and to me it was like, I totally can see this happening. I ended up just tweaking the colors a little, increasing the contrast, because you can see the shadows are a little bit more like detailed versus what we saw in like the Tim Burton movies, where the contrast is high enough where if it's black, it's black. And then just opening up this skyline a little bit to connect to what we have here in the original, where you have like that skyline look with the moon there. So it's going to be kind of hard to imagine this. So it's probably going to take a while to do this realistically, because of the fact that it's a blue moon and the light it casts is blue versus like the actual the clouds, so to speak, the sky is red. You could technically say that it's possible because a lot of times, like I have personally looked up at night skies. I'm walking home and I end up seeing like them super saturated orange because of all the light that's like polluting the low-lying clouds. So I guess it is kind of possible to tint them redder. Obviously not as saturated red as we saw in the final, but something along the lines maybe. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna be building for some time. And there's going to be a lot of just working in Unreal. So if you guys have questions or just feel free to ask anything. Speaking of which, let me see. Yeah, man. Oh, Aaron's here. Emerald City. I don't know what Emerald City is. Should probably look it up. Looks like futuristic. Hey, Hirsch. Hello, Aditya, Rishikesh. All right. So with this on the side, I'm gonna put it away so I can use that as a reference. Always have like some sort of a reference when you're building, so you're not just eyeballing it. It's always useful. I usually put it on the side here. All right. So for Unreal Engine here, I have the kits that I brought in, and then I have this plugin called Ultra Dynamic Sky. I highly recommend. If you guys see it on sale or in general, if you wanted to grab it, like definitely just do it, because I can't believe that I waited this long to get it. It's a plugin / blueprint from this developer, I believe Everett, his name is. Let's see. Yeah, Everett Gunther. And it is just so perfect in terms of, like, of course you can just see and be like, oh, but Unreal has a moon and it has some clouds that you can use by default. Why? It's because of the ease of use, A. B, it's very optimized, so even though it looks pretty, it's like very fast. And then C, the amount of customization that this guy gives, it's like crazy. You can see any updates is nonstop. So you can see the first version had like nothing, but then like by the end it was like so much more. So I highly recommend that you guys end up seeing or just check him out. Just grab him, because I'm going to be using that in order to set up the sky or lighting, so to speak. So I have that in there, and there's some textures from the Kitbash Neo City kit, especially this decal, which I use nonstop because it's just one image, but you can break it up, and I've done that for Neon Sins and recently for my Unreal Engine course that's coming out, that's currently in the editing phase with Epic Games. It's gonna be super cool. It's like I recorded like 9 hours of content, and you guys can feel free to, like, you know, get into how I created that. But I have that texture there. I have some images that I found from Pexels that I grabbed and tiled them. So you can see it's tiled on all sides, so it can like repeat. And if you wanted to know more about how I'm going to be using them, or the materials that I'm going to plug the windows into to create the nighttime windows for buildings, you can check it out on my Neon Sins YouTube page. In the description, there's an 80 LV article where I wrote like a gigantic essay about how I made it, but in text form. And then Epic Games saw that and they wanted to create that in a video form, essentially like a course. So that's how that happened. But if you can't wait for the course and you really wanted to know how to use, then that's where you can head to after the stream in order to see. But that's what this is, just using different images to create the windows. And then these are some GIFs or GIFs, or however you pronounce it, that I created in order to use it again for that Epic Games course. Because before in Neon Sins, I just went online and grabbed a bunch of, again, I'm just going to say GIFs because it's graphics interchange format. So I'm just going to say GIFs. But yeah, I just grabbed a bunch of GIFs online, but because it was for the course and you can't just grab anything, you have to. So I ended up making all of these. A lot of them were from like templates and stuff that I found from After Effects, especially AE Juice. I highly recommend them. their packs are super affordable and you can make tons of cool things. So a lot of them are just animating GIFs that I can just show you guys what they look like. And this is why making that course took so long, because I had to like create all of this from scratch. But it all turned out perfect, and I can't wait to show the final result from that. But until then, I can show you guys the GIFs. By the way, they're not actually, I keep saying GIFs, but they're not actually the format GIF. It's actually a WebP format, which is a better version of GIF. It's like Google's proprietary format, which is way better, because GIFs only allow an alpha of 0 or 1, so you can't go higher or low. Like, you can't go in between. But WebP allows for like in between alpha values, so you can get like smooth fading off the edges, which is good when you want to do like up close to some of these signs. You don't really want them to have like a jagged edge, so I would totally recommend using WebP. And in order to bring them into Unreal Engine, I'm using a plugin called GIF Importer on the Unreal Marketplace, if you guys would like to check that out. It is kind of hard to install just because the developer isn't that active. So the last thing they did was for 4.27 or something. But if you go to the description on their page, there is a little GitHub link where you can find it for UE5. And they did that specially for my project because I really wanted to use it and showcase it to show how fast bringing in these GIFs is versus using video textures, which take forever to set up in Unreal because you have to set up a player and a this and that. Apparently they did simplify that in UE5.1. I haven't gotten into to take a look at that, but my go-to is this just because of how light the files are and how easily I can just play them. So you can see these are like 1 MB, for example, or 2 MB, but they're like super light. And for example, this one is just animates, just says 27.3, come join the future. Or for example, something like that, just a logo. And they come with alpha, everything is perfect. And because of that plugin, you just need to drag this in and you can preview it in Unreal Engine rather than having to, like, you know, bring in videos and set them up or export image sequences and stuff. Now, obviously, you can't go very crazy high definition with this. You can see the sizes are pretty small because if you go too big, then of course it's going to lag. But I just find it much more convenient to have one file where you can just see the entire thing. So these are, again, all of them that you will be able to eventually use once the course comes out. There will be a project file with these inside, and then you can just grab them and use them for your stuff. Feel free. There's tons of just like random animating signboards, which is good compared to like just static signboards. You need some sort of a cool animation to make it look like it's a real thing. And I took some pixel videos and I turned it into like fake ads. So this is like L'Oreal instead of like L'Oreal. But yeah, it's just like text and like some model, some discount or whatnot. And then buy now or whatever. But these are just all fake ads. Or like some another one of my favorite boxing match thing, where it's like it's just stuff that's playing in your city. Stuff like this like grounds it because you see it and you're like, oh, Mike Grayson or whatever. But yeah, so that is this, all of those. And other than that, I have materials. Again, some of them are from the course that I just created, the windows. I just make them once and use them over, and you can learn how to make that in that ADLV article. Or anyways, I'm going to stop talking. We can just jump into the level. So this is the Goliath kit that I brought in. Now, a quick tip, if you're like running low on time and you really want to like bring in assets from outside, and let's say in my case, like for example, I was running low on time and I had to do the stream and I wanted to bring all of these buildings in, I would recommend not doing it on the last second thinking it will just work, because Unreal takes a while to like create, take the static meshes, prepare them, especially for nanite if you're going to convert them, for creating light cards for Lumen, for mesh cards for like fading them if they're really far away and stuff. So there's a bunch of optimization that Unreal needs to do for every asset. So anytime you're about to show a project, I would say always like bring in your assets. And the quickest way to like let UE load all of them into cache is just go inside your geometries folder. So let's say right here, or in Goliath in my case. And then just select all your static meshes and then just right click one time. So this happened instantly right now, but if it's the first time you're doing this, it will take a long time because it's gonna like fill up the bar for preparing static meshes, this and that and whatnot. It takes a while. And then it'll take a while again once you select them and right click nanite and then enable it. So those are the two sorry, those are the two things that I would recommend to just set it up early on. And then let's just jump in to see. You can see everything is nanite, which is perfect because now I can fly through without having to worry about it lagging. And it actually makes a big difference. Like if I turn nanite off and fly around, I can see like substantial FPS drop versus now where I'm getting like 60 FPS or 40, 50 FPS for the whole city. So highly recommend nanite. In order to use nanite, you have to have a default RHI set to DirectX 12. What that means is jump into your project settings and type RHI. And then in here, you need to make sure this is set to DirectX 12. If it's not, nanite won't work. And another thing I recently noticed, sometimes some things will disappear if they are too far away or too tiny. And let's say you really want them to be visible when you fly away from them, then the best way is to select the asset that is using that. So let's say, for example, in our case, it's this, not the blueprint, the actual static mesh. Let's say the statue right here. If I go really far away, let's say if there was a bunch of them and they all disappear, currently it doesn't, but if it did disappear using nanite and you didn't want it to, then you can right click and or just open it up. And then on the right side here where it says enable nanite support, you can check this box called preserve area. And once you do that, it will still reduce triangles, but it will try to keep the outline more or less the same. This is useful for foliage a lot because with leaves and stuff, if you fly away, the leaves will just disappear if you don't check this box. So I highly recommend doing that. And if you want to do a certain effect to everything, let's say I have like 10 assets, I don't want to go in each one of them and do that, and you want to edit them all together, you can go into asset actions and then go into bulk edit via property matrix. This basically shows all the properties that are shared between all of them, and in here you can check first all of them or one of them or whichever. Actually, I don't think there's checking, but you just go into nanite, and then in here if you check preserve area, they all will get the same setting. So that is a good way of doing that. Sorry. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I brought in the ultra dynamic sky. Now, the very first thing I do usually when it comes to any project is the exposure, because it's very important to lock it down. You can see if I sorry, if I fly away and you end up seeing this particular area in the middle, and you can see it's dark there. If you fly close to it, it will get brighter because auto exposure is on. A lot of times people try to turn off eye adaptation. It's kind of confusing, and I get confused too. Like turning this off works if you turn eye adaptation, but to me I feel like I don't know if it's actually really turning it off or if I can just boost it, because you can just turn off game settings and then boost the exposure in your editor itself and see it that way. But there's way, like, it is useful. I've done this before as well, but it's up to you if you think that's one way of doing it versus oh yeah, another thing, you can't undo these things. So you can see if I undo, I'm actually bringing back that tower that I just deleted there. So things that are part of the UI like that, sometimes they might not be undoable. So I'm just going to check game settings again and turn eye adaptation back on. So one way of doing that is in the project settings. I believe you can search for auto, actually just search for exposure. And then here it's set to auto exposure histogram. I usually set it to manual. And then I don't know if I actually check it. Yeah, so set that to manual and then create a post-process volume. And then in here, go down to exposure, set this to manual. Make sure the post-process is unbound. So type UNB, set it to unbound. And then turn on, let's see if this works. No, it's still currently connected to the auto exposure. So you can go in here. Set it to manual. I think it was that and eye adaptation maybe. So now yeah, this is something that I've noticed before when I used to have the post-process volume in the earlier UE models. Just changing this to manual and setting an exposure compensation worked. But for some reason, or maybe if I'm doing something, please correct me. Something wrong. I think it doesn't tweak it anymore, even though it is set to unbound. Versus usually turning this off here. To manual should work. That's maybe that's confusing. It's like I don't know if eye adaptation needs to be on or off. But this is something that I wanted to actually ask as well. For the longest time I couldn't. There were different ways of doing it. I used to do it this way using just the post-process volume. But for some reason you can see if I change it, it doesn't really tweak anything. Which is kind of funny. Because it says manual. Maybe editor has preferences. No. Oh, actually, wait. Nope. So we got to post-process can still override this. Interesting. But that's the thing, it's not overriding it. I guess then the only way, oh wait, maybe it is. Oh yeah, it worked. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funky. So go into your project settings, type exposure, set this on, and then manual. And then in here you don't need to change. And then in here you should be set to EV whatever, and then you can tweak it to whatever exposure you would like to see. So you're not using the game settings, you're using the ones that you're mentioning, and then you can set it to whatever feels right. So this way it didn't turn eye adaptation off. I guess, yeah, it's still on. So that is exposure set up, and now we don't have to worry about it constantly changing. So now before anything else, I am also going to, as you can see, all the windows don't have a texture on. because nanite currently does not support translucency. So when it comes to anything that is translucent, it will just use the default material on it. So if you wanted to, for example, use something similar, you could use masked. That's one way, because masked is still supported by nanite. But when it comes to translucency, it's not. In our case, it's perfect because we don't want to see into the buildings, so we're just going to use opaque materials anyway. So we're going to change that. Let's actually do that while we're at it. So to change, since we're in a blueprint, just find the asset. So let's say building A. So it's this half of the building. And then in here, you can find glass. You can actually open up the blueprint itself. There we go, viewport. And then let me actually make some windows smaller. When will that course be available roughly, Jack? It is going to be available. It is supposed to be slated for end of the year, but it's in the hands of the editors. So honestly, I can't really tell if it's going to be done sooner or earlier. Depends on them when they're done editing. There's going to be probably like some changes. There's always some like editing, but they're usually pretty good with it, pretty fast. I handed it all over, so it's all done from my end. I'm just waiting for them to edit. So hopefully before the end of the year, but if not, then definitely in January. So that course will be good for anyone who wants to do urban city night building, basically neon scenes, like making that for like flyby shots. So you're not really close to like the buildings or the ground. You're just flying over cities and stuff like that. If you wanted to learn how to make that, would be perfect. Woof nanite not supporting translucency makes something so much harder. Yeah, 100%. I think it's in the works. I've heard somewhere, or probably read it somewhere, that they are planning on turning translucency for nanite, but it's just kind of hard the way nanite works. But hopefully it works, because it definitely needs to work for like stuff like this, because you can only go so far. What I do usually when I really have to showcase something is I just go in and like make a copy of that asset. Let's say if I really wanted to showcase a shot with this building and the window here, and I wanted to see through the window into the interior of the building, I'll just make a copy of it and turn that particular one to be not nanite and use translucency on that while the rest of the city is still nanite. And I did that something similar for my recent short, Last Delivery. The interrogation room that these people are in is part of the Mission to Minerva kit, but the entire Mission to Minerva, I turned it into nanite so that the base will actually work. It was so heavy, it wasn't even loading because I added so many details in the base, in the opening shot with the lady standing by the window. So that entire thing turned into nanite actually helped, and I got some FPS back. But that obviously meant that she couldn't stand in front of that window because you can't see through it now. So then I just made a copy of that particular asset and then just set that one to non-translucency, non-nanite, and then the translucency worked. So in our case, I'm going to select this, and now you can just search for glass, or it's usually there. But if you want to quickly get to it, you can just search up here, find glass, locate the material, and find it. I would recommend not changing default materials because they're connected to like a bunch of things in a bunch of places, and you don't want to tweak them. Like the same glass material instance could be used in different assets in different spots, and you might not know where. So I always recommend making copies of things so that you're never like destroying anything. So I'm just gonna make a copy of this glass right here. There we go. I'm just gonna say glass opaque, and then inside of that one I'm gonna scroll down and find the actual master material that controls that, and then make a copy of that as well. Call this one just master glass opaque, and then save. And it's going to take a while because that particular translucent material is connected to a lot of material instances. And then once it saves, you can just bring in your instance that you just created, drag and drop the new one on it, and now you can go in and tweak and do whatever. In my case, I am not even going to use the master. I just made a copy for the sake of making it, but I'm just going to go into my material for the windows that I did. So that is here, and then find window materials. So now there's a bunch of them here, but that's the master. So at the end of the day, there's multiple ways of doing it. Obviously, you can drag the master onto this one, and you know that all the glass everywhere will get replaced with that master, because essentially, like, watch, if I end up shrinking this, if I drag this master right now onto here, all the properties will change. You can see these sliders are the ones that I made in my material. And I know for a fact that anything that uses this glass instance that I just created, which in our case currently is nothing, but if you wanted to change the original glass that Kitbash made, and you know that that particular glass is used in all the buildings, and you wanted to just go in and mass change everything by just changing this one material, if you dragged and dropped this in instantly, you can see that all the buildings will actually update with the newer materials. So you can see they're no longer set to that. We'll get to the actual tweaking of the material itself, but that's one way of doing it. I just wanted to show you a better way of first making it non-destructively, so you're not really tweaking everything like crazy. But this is one way where you can just go in and tweak, and now you can always make copies of the glass material and apply it to individual buildings, so you can use these different parameters, and so that not all the buildings look the same. They all have different values and sliders. So that's what I've done with all of these different glass materials here. So they all use different images, the ones that we just saw of like nighttime windows, photographs that we saw, so they all use different images and then different brightness and hue and whatnot. So that is that. Now, before I tweak it, I'm actually going to make it nighttime so we can start seeing what the city is going to be like at night. Now, for obviously, if you have using defaults on its sky, you just have to drop it down or remove or just use artificial lighting. In my case, because I'm using ultra dynamic sky, it's perfect because it actually supports nighttime. And if I find the actual gizmo, that is right there, you can now go in and change the time of the day. So if I tweak, let's go higher up so we can see the sun. As I'm changing, you can see the sun is going towards the horizon, and everything updates at the same time, which is the perfect thing with this plugin versus using individual things. Like, yes, in Unreal default, the exponential fog, the volumetric clouds, the sky atmosphere, and skylight are all driven by the direction of sunlight if you wanted to. But this one, you'll get all of those settings to change in one section as well, which is perfect. And I also love the fact how much work this guy has put into his thing, because if I like browse to the asset, you have like these little widgets and stuff where you can look for things. So let's say if you right click and use run utility, he made this little thing where you can type in and like learn about like exposure, for example. And it also comes with dynamic weather, by the way, which is awesome because you can get like thunderclouds and rain and all of that. Like, obviously for cinematics, but like for game, it's even better because your player can run through actual weather as they go from like area to area. So totally recommend this plugin. So currently it's at sunset. Now, if you keep pushing it, the good thing about Ultra Dynamic Sky is that it actually supports nighttime, versus if you have just like default, you can see the moon came out from that side. We have some stars. I don't know how much is visible. Can increase the exposure a little bit so you can see. But this is the good part where the moon is set up, the stars, the nighttime lighting, like all of it is just ready to go. And it makes a big difference. So you can see the windows are kind of sort of on some of them. We'll still have to tweak the tiling on them for them to get applied, and then change it per asset once we start populating the city. Something we'll do later, not in the beginning. But let's get the cloud. Actually, let's start deciding what's going to be our front and side, because then we can place a camera. So currently I'm just going to create a cine camera actor. I'm going to look through that actor. Now for cameras, what I change usually is, first of all, the film back. Actually, before I do that as well, always set the viewport to cinematic viewport. Now this is important. A lot of time, and this is something that has bugged me for the longest time when it comes to like, what am I looking through my final frame? Like, it's so hard to understand, because like if I were to, like, let's say move this panel here in the editor, you can see that now it becomes letterboxed at the top and the bottom. So am I going to be viewing that, or am I just going to be viewing what's inside this rectangle, or like how does it work? Because like every time you change it, it's hard to understand. I know that it is the actual rectangle that you're going to be rendering, but it's just that I would wish that moving the UI wouldn't actually change my view, because like it's not just that you're seeing that. A lot of times, like if you move it, sometimes if you're not using Cinecamera Actor, you'll actually start seeing more content or less content, which is going to be something that's going to be kind of funky. So the first thing, if you set this to cinematic viewport and you have a cine camera, go back, view through your cine camera again. Now you get this finite size, and no matter how much you'll tweak, that always stays there. But even if you obviously move, you'll kind of still see that, but that will go away once you actually have a sequence in your thing. So let's say if I go into my sequencer, just make a simple level sequence, call it ls shot 8, and then bring my camera in. Now when you view through it, it's gonna be locked at that, and to me it's like perfect versus using something that's constantly moving. It's easier to adjust something than having to do it the other way. So the first thing I change is the film back, because there's different ways you can, it actually sorry, it actually emulates the different sensors that view the world differently. So depending on the view that you're going for, obviously you can go ahead and tweak things. I personally like to keep it to the 16:9 DSLR film, and then I change the ratio here. So the way to know a ratio is, let's say you might have heard of like 16:9 is like HD, right? But what is that number if you bring out a calculator? If you do 16 divided by 9, you get 1.778, right? So if your top number, as you can see, sensor width and sensor height, if your top number was 16 here, then if you don't know what the bottom number is supposed to be, then you can use the 1.778 as the ratio in order to find out that the other number is supposed to be 9, right? So if you go 16 divided by 1.777, you'll get 9, right? So the same way, if I'm locking my sensor width to 23 and I wanted a particular ratio like for my thing, so let's say if I want 2.35, which is the cinematic wide, if I wanted to use that, then you can, let's say, select 23 divided by 2.35 and you'll get 9.7. So if I were to put 9.7 here, now this will be that particular ratio, and then you'll render it at that ratio as well. So it's useful to set it up like that. And then you can always, in 5.1, something changed is the anamorphic squeeze factor. Now this is something, I don't know if it's still in the works or are they done tweaking it, because changing this actually changes the view of your camera as well. There are some tools. There's a anamorphic plugin that you can find on the marketplace that this guy Dylan Brown, I believe, made. It's a really cool plugin. What that allows is you to have anamorphic bokeh or anamorphic cameras while still keeping your view same, which is something that is, I guess, more desirable versus this one. I think is more based on like actual physics of lenses, where if you had an anamorphic lens, your visual, what you're actually seeing through the lens will actually change, obviously. But a lot of times, like, you might really like the framing of a shot, but you just want anamorphic, but then you have to like rearrange your camera because you wanted anamorphic. So in here where it says squeeze factor, if you set it to 2, you can see your view gets all funky long like that. So in that case, I go back and change the film back to like something higher, which is twice the size. So if it was 9.7 before, you can do math inside Unreal, so you can just do ×2, and then I think it should be back to what it was before. But now everything will be anamorphic. But now another thing to keep in mind is the fact that the lens still feels a lot different than it would before. So currently the focal length is set to 11, and if I move it around, it looks like that. Now if I were to change this back to 1 and set this back to 9.7, if I move around, it doesn't feel the same. I don't know if it's the same for you guys, but to me, this, as I move this around, it feels different versus if I were to use 2 here and then multiply this by 2. I think the focal length also needs to get increased twice the amount to get back to the original thing. So if it's 11.88, if I set it to 22, I think this is what that other camera was. So this is something I guess you have to tweak if you wanted to do anamorphic. But then obviously, like I said, if you it looks nicer, it looks much more cinematic if you were to drop the focus. So let's say if you were to focus at something really close, you can see some of that bokeh looks pretty nice. So it's up to you. If you like anamorphic stuff, that's the way to do it. Next, let's actually find what's the north of the image. There's something I use in order to know what the camera placement and everything's going to be, and you can do that using the gizmo itself. If you can't see the gizmo that usually shows up at the bottom, is because you're in cinematic mode. If you go back to default viewport, you can see that gizmo at the bottom left, which is useful to know which way is X, which way is Y. Now, depending on whichever way you want to set it up. So I'm going to set it up this way. So X is always on the right and Y is coming towards me, and then Z is up at top. So I'm setting that to be my front for the camera. And it's important to keep that, because then as you move the scenes around and you bring them in and out, you don't have to rotate the entire level. Now that's something, for example, when you do sub levels, this is the main persistent level in which you're working. If you wanted to load all the buildings into a secondary level so that you can use the same cityscape over and over in different shots by just dragging that level in. Because right now, let's say if I arrange the buildings in a way that I like, and then I want to use that into another thing, I can't really do that. There's no way of, you can do it through blueprints and stuff, but it's a longer way. So the best way to do that would be to take all the buildings, then put it into a new level, then drag that level under this level as a sub level, and then you can just turn it on and off. So for example, if I find my level, and then I can create another L underscore shot 08 underscore buildings. Now this is just going to be my buildings, so I'm going to drag this under this. And it is important to understand, when I started Unreal Engine, I didn't know this thing until I actually learned a little bit more about it. Is the fact that if you have this particular blue color on a particular level, that's the level that is active currently, which means that whenever you drag in new items, let's say I drag this cube in, that cube is now going to be a part of this level. So when I turn it on and off, that cube is going to disappear because it's part of that level. Now that's important, because a lot of times you need to know what is exactly in your level if you were to, use it over and over for better management. So sometimes, let's say if your camera is looking somewhere away and you don't want to see the entire city or even load the entire city because it's too heavy to render, and you just want to focus on that one particular thing. And that's something I did in my last delivery short film that I recently put out on my YouTube channel. when she was standing in front of the glass and she was looking out through the glass and you can see the entire city, it was very heavy to render. I barely could manage rendering it, but once she did finish, and the shutter, that's why I put the shutter down anyways, because I was like, I can't have that entire interrogation happening while you are looking through the city. It'll be impossible to render. So I had the shutter for that reason. And another reason being, obviously, if you're going to interrogate somebody, you don't want like a view. It's usually in like a claustrophobic room or something. That's why I wanted to close the shutter down. So once I brought the shutter down, I turned off the level that had all the buildings in. So all that was in that level was her, the guy, and the room, and that's it. And then it rendered much faster. So that's why like using sublevels is a good idea when it comes to building your scenes. So always double check what your assets are placed into. So if you wanted to move, let's say I'm like, I don't want the cube to be in this level, I want it to be in the master level or some other level. Just select your object and then right click on the level you want to move it into, and then you'll get an option to move selected actors to level. And now if I turn this on and off, you can see it doesn't change because it's not a part of it. If you want to quickly see what a certain object, what level is it assigned to, you can always select it. And if you're not in the cinematic viewport, you're in the default viewport, which you can change here. You can see that information on the right side here. You can see the selected actor is in L shot persistent, meaning the main level, and the current context is set to the same level as well. And the current context means when you double click it to make that one the active level that you're working in. So you can see the current context is set to buildings, but the asset that I've selected is in the persistent level. So that's a good way of quickly knowing. Another way of knowing what asset is in what is you can also go to your outliner, and here you can add a level checkbox. So now you can just see it directly without having to. So if you're, let's say, in your cinematic viewport and you don't have that information, you can still see that here. So that is that. Now I'm just gonna move all the buildings into my new level that I created. UE5.1 I think added this new feature which is pretty cool in the outliner, where if you have a folder and you have sub things under that folder, as you scroll down, that folder gets added up here as like a sticky point, so you can always click on it and jump back to the top, which is pretty good. So I'm just gonna select all of this and the folder, and I'm gonna move it into selected level. Let's see if I turn it off. Yep, so now they're all moved in, and the only thing in the master is usually things that are consistent, like sky or cameras or stuff, lights or stuff. Lights can actually have their own sub level as well, but for simplicity we're just gonna move the buildings there. Does anybody have any questions, any concerns, or some cool things to share? How do you even see how many people are in the stream? I wonder. I don't know. I can't see that. Maybe in stream health. Nope. Oh, Woof, I have one, but I wanted to wait since you're talking about. Oh no, go ahead. Feel free to ask. So I'm gonna load some music again. So you have a lot of buildings at night. Do you have any plans for some kind of window variation? Like having some? Yes. So that's what the material is going to be. The material... Sorry for my cough. The material has the option in it. I can show you that right now, actually. The material has the option where you can go in and tweak certain, where is it? Let me find certain sections to have lights on or be completely off, which is pretty useful when it comes to buildings, so that not everything is on because it looks too noisy. So if I go into my materials, window material, I load the master up. So what I've created, I'll just briefly walk you through. There's 4 sections, and if you want more time or revisit that, again, it's in the ADLV article. But there's 4 sections: the base texture, a hue, noise, hue mask, and brightness mask. And what that is, the base texture is the one that you decide what the image is going to be. So for example, if the reason again why none of the windows actually have any color light is also because the default texture is loaded. There's no image loaded in here. This is actually not the right one. Let me close this. This is the one. So if I select now the textures that I have, so if I go into my content, textures, oops, sometimes I just need a little bit more space, window textures, there we go. Now if I pick any one of them, let's say this one, and then load it in, you can see some of them have started turning on. It automatically provides a really good variation, and I'm so glad that Kitbash actually has the UVs for the windows set up as individual squares. This is very, very important because I think in one of their kits they didn't, and it is a nightmare to work with when it comes to nighttime windows. So if I open up that actual blueprint, I'll show you what I mean. I hope that Kitbash actually keeps doing this rather than that. If I find the particular building, I find the static mesh that is connected to it, save all because sometimes this crashes, and I find, set this to unlit so we can see. If I were to go into UVs and select UV channel, this is the UV channel 0. This UV that I think it's this one. Let's see what's into. Could be either one. It's either this with the individual windows, like essentially knowing which one of the assets like has the windows in it. So like for example, if I were to turn off everything else and just isolate glass, and you can see in a second, set it to none, isolate. Why is isolate not working? It should work when you select isolate. It should just show that particular material. So work with 9. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's turn it off then. Let's apply. There we go. You're actually right. Okay, that's a good solution. So now this is what I mean. So when you have individual like windows like that, they're all part of one single geometry, I guess, when they were making it in a DCC app, and they were all combined together as one thing so that they all use the same material. When they were UVing this, they UV'd in a way that each window was UV'd next to another window. So when our texture comes in, our texture picks different parts of the base image, if that makes sense. But with their newer kits, what they've done is, because it's all windows and it's all rectangles, they just took all of the rectangles and they stacked them all on top of each other to save UV space. Because in order to do this, you need to like spread all the windows out, which takes up UV space, I guess. And something like this, for example, like each window gets a different texture, versus in that, I believe in Cyberpunk is what I've noticed, or I think in even San Francisco, Neo San Francisco is the same thing, where if I were to assign a texture, all the windows take the same one. So now there's a big problem, because in order to use this method now, you have to go in and UV just that particular thing. There is a long drawn out way of doing that in engine using the 5.1 UV editor. There's an inbuilt editor where you can UV certain things separately. I don't know the exact way of doing it. I did try to hack it for one of the projects that I was trying to work with, but it's not easy as like, oh, please select all the geometry. Like I wish there was a way where you could just say select all the geometry that is being used by this particular material. You can do something like that in like Maya or Blender, where you can just be like select all the faces that use this particular material, and once they're selected, you can just go to your UV editor and you can say project box UV, so they're projected from all directions, and you're done. And like assign it to a new UV channel or something, and you're done. And that would be quick. If that's something like that exists in Unreal, please let me know if someone knows, because to me that's what's needed. Luckily they have done this type of UV for this particular kit, so I'm glad. But that's actually very important when it comes to UVing things, so that they all pick up different textures. So other than that, what's in this material is a texture coordinate node. This is the coordinate index. Now this is important if you have your UV set into a different UV set. So let's say if I were to go in the asset again, why did I close it? If I go back here, if I select double click and set this to unlit, if I were to go into UVs, you can see there's UV channel 0, UV channel 1 and 2. So there's total of 3 indexes. You can tell that the material I'm making is only going for a particular index, so that if there's like multiple overlapped UVs in the same spot, right, they won't actually all take the same texture, which is useful for changing the index right here in your material. So that's what I did there, which is, I guess you can always, in order to know which index it's on, you can always change it. You can set it to 0, 1, 2, and keep saving. And then once it's on the right index, you will actually be able to see the changes on your windows. So that is that. Other than that is just tiling nodes to tile things. The texture comes in. Down here is the same setup for tiling. However, it's actually a different node, so you can tile everything separately and not have the same tiling applied to everything. There is a noise that is being used to actually give different hues. So you can see now here's a hue intensity slider, and then there's a hue shift node. So the original image is just yellow city lights, right? If you wanted to tweak it, so if I go in here, if I double click this, these are all yellow. And while a lot of the cities do look like this, I feel like this is a problem with when it comes to like realistic lighting. Not everybody's windows will have the same colors, and most of the times they do. Like you can see, obviously this is a real photograph, so it is possible, but it's just that I feel like adding a tinge of color to some windows, it's always useful. That's why I made it this particular node where you can use a particular noise that you can tile separately in order to control the hue shift. So you're only shifting hues in certain areas. So you can be like, oh, I want to turn the yellow into a blue, but only for certain windows. So you can tweak it that way. And then you can do the same for a hue mask, where you're doing the same thing, but you're telling that it's kind of confusing because one decides in the overall image how much hue shift is happening, and then the other one, this lerp with the hue mask, this noise decides how much of the original is visible versus how much of the hue noise is visible, if that makes sense. You could do with just one, but added another layer because it actually really helps with controlling more per asset, so that all the windows can be tweaked. You can be like, oh, this building I want it completely black, this window I want it completely colored or something, so you can tweak it that way. So that's just the hue mask intensity clamp lerp. And the last one is the brightness mask. This is the one that you were mentioning, where this noise pattern decides how much of it is going to be on versus how much of the windows are going to be off. So you just have a brightness mask to control the overall intensity of the mask, and then just a clamp node. And then you're just setting a overall Windows brightness setting, and then having alert with a value of 0 on the other end, and then using the mask that we just created. So on one end is all the textures that we did, and on the other end is just 0, with the alpha being controlled by the mask. And then there's just some desaturation and roughness, because roughness is good because we're using an opaque material and it's glass. We're trying to show that, oh, these lights are actually the houses or inside of the room or whatever. But if you have roughness set to very low, as the camera moves, it'll catch the reflection of other buildings in your environment as well, which adds a lot more realism, I think. So that's basically all the settings. It's just a playing game, I guess, to go in and keep tweaking it until you are satisfied. So I'm just going to turn nanite back on this. But that was a good tip. I actually didn't know that because nanite is on, you can't isolate. So now if I tweak, you can now, let me show you some color changes, for example. Just make it smaller. Yeah, 100%. All right. So window brightness. This is the overall intensity. So if your windows are not bright, or if they're too bright, you can drop it. If I set it to 0, they're like, so you'll still notice something, that if I set it to 0, it's actually still visible. It's because I've plugged that image texture into the base color and the emissive, and this brightness only controls the emissive. So if I set it to 0, there's no light coming from it, but it still has some texture to it, which I feel adds more realism, versus if you just plug it into emissive and make an unlit shader, it doesn't really work as well, because like then the rest of the windows that are not on are like pitch black, versus you'll still kind of sort of see something even if the light was off, like just a little bit of information. So that is why that node exists, so that you get like some detail in there even if the windows are off. But you can obviously make another slider. You can go in there. Actually, let's just go ahead and do that while we're here. I'll just make a slider for, instead of window brightness, it's gonna be base color brightness, or albedo brightness. So that goes there, that goes there, and that goes there. Convert to parameter, base color brightness. Set that there, set the default value to 1. Make sure it's in the right group, which is what group? The base control group. And save. And there we go. We have a slider. Now we can go in and select base color brightness, and if I set that to 0, you can see it's like off now completely. So that's something that's useful, I think. Other than that, another thing, because it's 5.1, it's pretty useful, is the fact that emissives now cast light, which is super useful for this type of setup, because before they didn't, and it kind of looked just like a texture. But now if you boost it, you'll actually start getting much more light into your scene as well from the buildings. Now, obviously keep in mind the fact that this is going to flicker a lot, because it's not actual light, it's coming from like a emissive. So it constantly has to update. So you might get some flicker, but you could change it by increasing the lumen quality from the post-process settings. But it's kind of looks nice, because it gives that realism to your scene once the flickering gets stabilized. So that is one way of doing that. And now, if we go into individual windows and we think that the content is too large, we can just go in and tile. So this is the global tiling. If I increase this, you can see we start getting much more detail. So I feel like these background buildings might be running through that same issue, which kind of sucks. I feel like all of these windows might have the same UV. I might have to like do this offline later on, where I might have to go in, and I'll probably show you in the next stream how I do it. But yeah, because then that's the quickest way of telling as well. Whenever you're like cycling through like this with tiling, you can see if they all turn on at the same time or they all turn off at the same time. It's because they selected all of those and they set them into like the same UV that's overlapping each other, versus these buildings which look nicer. I feel like there's something I might have to like bring it up to them as well, so they're aware that this is a problem. But yeah, you can see that other buildings look nice and detailed, versus like this one is just bad. I think it's only happening there about these big buildings. They might not even be using the same material, so that's another thing to keep in mind. This building is not changing at all. Just gonna jump in to see what's happening, what window it's using. It is using mine. So I feel like if you, no matter what you'll do, if it does not show up at all, so this is something I do quickly to just troubleshoot, is go into materials, window materials, and then just make a test material here, test mat 01. Actually, let's just add m underscore, and this one I just set it to unlit, and then blow it up to like crazy values to know it is just to see if things are working or not, because sometimes exposure might like mess around. Let's say if your emissive value is too low and your exposure is very dark, your emissive might be visible, but you just won't be seeing that in lit view. So that's why I try to blow this value up, or you can always check it in like unlit mode as well to see if it's working. So now I'm just going to apply that high bright material into the glass for this building and see if it works. So it works with that. Now if it does work with that, the next thing to test would be going in here, bringing in an image, because if it doesn't, then it's a problem on the UVs, that they might not have any UVs at all, in which case it only shows up when a color is assigned but not when a texture is assigned, because it doesn't have like a coordinate to put that texture in. So let's minimize that. Textures, window textures. I'm just going to find the brightest image of all, which has the least amount of black. Let's say that one. And I'm going to multiply this with that. And now if it goes dark, that means the UVs are not set up right. Okay, so it's still there. I'm just gonna set this to a parameter, brightness, and drop it. Just drop in more. Right, I just want to, okay, there is some texture information, so that's good. So if that's the case, a lot of times the tiling values that you're using for a particular building might be too small. So you can see, I can see some of the texture in here and they all have different content, which is good, which is much better than what we might have assumed the problem was. So I'm just going to close this, and then I'm going to go find my original material instance that was applying to all the buildings and now just start duplicating this. So Just gonna duplicate this here. This be 0, 1. And then in my building, I'm just gonna assign that new material in the glass slot, and it'll go dark like that, which is fine. We're gonna go in here. I'm gonna first make it super bright so we can see something is happening, and then fly back a little, and then play with tiling. Set it to a low value, or maybe high value, because if one material is showing up but the other doesn't, that means, there we go. So there is some base color to it, but it's not the texture. So in that case, it could be the fact that the UVs are on a different coordinate index. And in order to change that, let's actually try finding our original. See what happens if I change the coordinate index on this, let's say to 1, save. And if it does show up, that means that it's because the UVs were set on the different channel, UV channel. Yep, so it shows up. Interesting. Let's bring it back down in terms of brightness. Let's bring it down even lower so we can see what's happening. Still not convinced if the UVs are set correctly. It's interesting because now all of them caught different windows. So I guess my index was wrong. Let's change it, because this index changes from like model to model in each kit. This was based on the Neo City kit where the UVs were set into that particular index when I was trying to set up the buildings, but in this kit they might have put the UV channels for the windows on a different place. So as a result, you end up seeing the light show up. I just want to see some texture information so I know that it's working correctly. Something like that. You can see there's a texture in there, not just like a solid thing. So let's just make it tile more maybe. Yeah, I think there's textures. There we go. Let's tile it even more. Yeah, there we go. So there's texture. Perfect. Okay, so I think they all have good UVs. Sorry for that, Kipesh. But it was all about changing the index. So actually, while I'm here, let's just see what happens if I switch the index one more time to 0. If that changes something. Yeah, so the window UVs are on the first channel. So it's index 1. There we go. So we have some buildings. So now going back into tweak. Actually, we don't need that new material. I'm just gonna put in the old one for now. I will go into most of these buildings and add in different instances for each one so that they all have different parameters assigned to them, so that not all of them like have this setting set. They all have different brightness, different hues and whatnot. But for now, we're just gonna work with one. I can do that offline because it's just a tedious process. So now what else we can tweak is the colors. So currently it's all very similar colored. I'm gonna go into my hue intensity and tiling. If I set this to 0.5, don't see any changes. Actually, another way of quickly seeing it, instead of trying to find changes into your model, is if you go in here and turn off the exposure so you can see your material instance preview. Maybe turn the exposure up a tiny bit. And now, just for temporary sake, I'm just going to set this back to 1 and go into hue noise. Now if I set it back to 1, you can see some hue starting to change. Let me turn the reflection off for a second. So I'm going to make it super rough. There we go. So this is the original texture, so you can see what exactly is happening to the texture itself. So if I set this to 0.5, so hue shift is like a 0 to 1 slider. I believe 0 and 1 are the same, and then at 0.5 it's halfway opposite in the spectrum. So like whatever the opposite complementary color is, it picks that. And then we can also tweak the tiling on it, so it you can see, I don't know how obvious. Oh, sorry, you can't see any of it. I have to move this. You can see a preview of the texture here. And now if I'm tweaking the hue intensity and hue noise tiling, you can start seeing the hue sliding across. I don't know if it's very clearly visible. It's doing that. And then if you set the desaturate up to reverse, it actually starts saturating the windows, which is useful if you wanted to have a building with saturated windows. But now you can probably see the tiling of the noise much more apparent, where you can see like it's like a big noise pattern that is sliding through. If I lower the tiling, it's a larger pattern, so nearby windows are of the same color, which is something you might not want, because each window, like each person will have a different lighting on it. So that's why I would set the tiling to something high, so that nearby windows are not really the same tint, and the size of the noise is like matching the size of like the windows essentially. And then you can control that individually if you wanted to with UNV. And then the mask, which controls where the hues show up, like flipped versus original, is something you can control here as well. So if I reduce the tiling and I increase the hue mask intensity, or reduce it this way, you can see increasing or reducing this number actually shows the original image with like no colors and hue change, versus the other one where you can kind of see like the hues affecting the entire image versus affecting nothing. If I set it to 0, I believe this should be the original image. It just looks more saturated because we have this setting set to -4. But this, yeah, that should be the setting. So if I boost it up again and increase the intensity of the mask, you can see it shows up everywhere. Now I can control the tiling to know where it actually shows up. So you can have patches of the original color coming back in. So let's see if I set it to something low like that. You can also make an offset option. Yeah, it definitely helps with like breaking things up. Look into interior. Yes, actually, I do plan on using them. I just didn't have time to bring them in. I'm planning on grabbing the ones that came with the city sample pack from the Matrix City demo, which are perfect. I think that is also a good alternative. I just don't know. Do you know, Wolf, if they are opaque materials or are they translucent or masked? I'm assuming they're opaque because you can't see through them and it's just a visual thing. Because if they are, they're perfect for this type of a setup with like nighttime windows. And they might be good to use on like close by buildings where you just don't want to see this stuff, but you actually want to see Okay, they're opaque. Perfect. So yeah, so that's pretty much it. I think using something like that on close-up buildings will be good. I just did most of my work as like really, really far away flybys like that, in which case it doesn't really matter. Plus, I just felt like the one that came with the Matrix demo, the when you turn it to night mode, it felt kind of repetitive, similar to this base image here where everything was yellow and there was no breakup anywhere. So I probably have to bring that in and then customize it and add my hue changing things into that material. So then I can do the same where I can go in and add a noise that changes the colors on certain buildings, which might be better. But yeah, I definitely recommend using those because they're a cheap, fast way of like adding detail on your windows. Like some of those buildings look really nice when I was like flying around in the Matrix City demo. Like they held up pretty well. I was like, wow. But it's just that they only held up in like daytime when it was like sunset-ish. So the light was still around and you can still see the windows inside and you can see the details as you move the camera. The cube maps moved. So that was kind of nice. But yeah. So I'm going to tweak this until I get the originals back a little bit. And increase the intensity of it. Actually decrease it, so we're going back to the originals. And now you can see you can get like some nice variations. And you don't have to stop at the 0.5 value for the hue shift. You can keep sliding it to get all kinds of colors. You can get some like purples and whatnot. So that starts breaking up the city a lot more. Now let's see if we can find. It's still very predominantly. It's also because it's bright. Let me drop the brightness down so we can see something. Oh no, oh my god, I've been tweaking the wrong instance, material instance. Okay, let's just copy these values into the original. I was supposed to tweak this one. It's like, why is it not visible? Okay, let's do this. This one gets 1.6. This one is 1.9. This one is 0.9 and 3.8. And then desaturate is minus 1.5. There we go, some color. Obviously a bit too intense with the greens. Maybe just minus 1. And what else? Right, so now that you've set up, another good thing about using this type of material setup is because now that you've done all these tiling settings and whatnot, you can just go in and start tweaking all kinds of images. Like whatever you bring in will bring like a new type of look to your city essentially. So you can see like this has some nice like purples and whatnot because the original image was yeah, I was editing the original. Right, so I can just go in and like start tweaking. So I can go into my textures folder, and this is the fun part where you just make instances, like bunch of copies of your materials. You assign each building different colors, so they're like, you know, based on the district they're in. If it's like a party district type of thing, you can add some colors in the windows. So I'm gonna go into my window textures and just start like loading all kinds of. You can see visually how it changes. So that's that. It's probably too saturated. I'm just gonna set it to 0 for now. But yeah, that's that. That's that. So it's probably gonna be a lot of color. Yeah. So stuff like that, you want to obviously make another copy of your instance, like really reduce the amount of saturation that comes through so it's not so obvious. Maybe drop the brightness a little bit down so it's not so bright. Orange, a lot of oranges, a lot of, so it's just variations like that so that there's some breakup. But obviously try not to have enough tiling so you don't end up seeing this type of stuff, because yeah, at the end of the day it will be bright and overexposed, but like it's good to have overexposure with some breakup in the window. So even when it's overexposed, you still kind of see some details in there, which you can obviously do with tiling. The more you tile, let's say 5 times, the more you'll get breakups. But if you still don't, let's just increase it really high. And this is why I said different instances will help with different buildings, because some of them, the UVs might be too large that even at like a higher tiling, you might end up seeing like larger windows that are solid stuff, versus other windows that might be tiled, like UVs might be set up differently. So you will end up seeing like a lot more detail in the window. So you can't just use like one material for everything, but it is there. So like you can see these smaller buildings, they're getting so much more tiling at 75 that like this is starting to look like too much detail inside each window. So that's like a good way of like, I guess, breaking things down where you can have different materials. So I'll probably, by the time you see it next, probably I've made a bunch of material instances and tweaked it so that these smaller buildings get less detail per window. Yeah, this one is like crazy tiled. So you can basically see the entire image in one window of what that was supposed to be. Versus these larger buildings, I guess they were occupying larger window tiles. So that's why it's still, per window, it's still massive. So that is some of the window stuff. Wow, it's already 3. Shit, it became 2 hours, didn't even realize. Thank you for hanging around, Wolf. I appreciate having somebody, versus nobody will be kind of sad. Oh, this tiling is crazy. But yeah, so now that we know our north, which is, again, to confirm, just set back the default. Yep, it's facing that way where the big buildings are. That's X. This way is X. Gonna go back to cinematic. I'm gonna start putting my camera in like a roughly similar position as this, so we get an idea. Now, another thing when city building is to remember scale. The best way to do this, obviously, these buildings already come set up with that scale. We don't really have to worry too much about them, so we can just first obviously drag in a plane. Before you drag any new assets, remember to put them in the right levels. So I'm just gonna go back to my persistent level, so it's not in the building level. Then bring in my plane, set it back to 0, make it massive. Maybe even more. 1000 by 1000. And that becomes your city floor. And we're facing that way. Right, scale. So the first thing is to bring in some mannequin or something. I think there is a default mannequin that comes with engine. If you don't have the engine folder visible, go to your settings and enable show engine content. And then you should see the default stuff that comes with Unreal. But if you're set all the way up here in all, you can just type. Let's see if something shows up when you type mannequin. Nope. I think it was called character. Yeah, there's this yellow guy. I'm surprised the default UE mannequin does not show up. Like, maybe it's called something different. Maybe he has a name or something. I don't know if you know. Because I'm sure there should be the default mannequin in the engine content. Like, it's so obvious. But I can't find it for some reason. I'll only get this guy, which kind of looks like a sad dude compared to the UE mannequin. But yeah, just find the skeletal mesh, drag him in, and now we have a human scale. So these kits already come at the right scale, so it's perfect. You can see he's like the size of the door. If not, always try to find like human objects in your scene and see if the person fits that particular size, especially with windows as well. Starter content, yeah, I know, but it should be a part of like the default thing. Like, I don't know why it's not, because like people might need it like for stuff like this. So yeah, he's like the size of the windows, which is good. Goes to show like how tall some of these towers really are, which is awesome. Let's put him on this road and make sure the cars are gonna be the right size. Yeah, I mean, I could, just to exaggerate the perspective, I could make the buildings just a tiny bit larger so he feels kind of smaller on it, but not too big, because obviously then the windows are going to look funky. So let's just do 2 times will be too big. Let's do 1.5. Let's see how big he looks now. Yeah, it's because of the texture of the road, I guess. I mean, I'll probably come back and tweak per object, I guess, because it's just the road. The windows are pretty forgiving. Your brain really can't tell how big or small they are because they come in so many sizes. But yeah, I'm gonna select him, put him back on the ground, and then use that as like a scale to know how far or how tall the stuff has to be, because without this it's very hard to understand, I guess. So let me open up the image again. I hope the volume's not too loud on the music, right? Like it's just subtle. Gonna lower it. All right. Okay. So now that we have the guy, I'm just going to start laying things out. I'm gonna put this guy right here somewhere. So we have some, whoops. Just pin it to the top. Oh, he's on top. So now we can see it. And actually, before anything else, it's about finding the right rooftop. Now, because that's the iconic rooftop where the fight's gonna happen and all that, I'm probably gonna custom make just that particular rooftop. But for now, just finding something that is relatively simple, like stuff like that. Oh, but it has something on it. Just for that, I'm gonna boost the exposure so that we can see what's happening. This one has little ridges, otherwise it would have been perfect. This one is kind of nice, but too wide. Let's see this one. This would have been perfect if it wasn't for that antenna. Oh yeah, I think a lot of these are blueprints, so they're made up of different assets. You can always go in and remove the antenna for that particular one. Let's just browse. That's the fun part. This one is cool. I like this one. Which one is this? Medium H. And yeah, like I said, because it's Hero asset, I'm probably going to tweak it and change it by the end, but just to get started. No. Kind of nice. Nope. 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 And nope. Okay. I guess we're gonna go with this one for now. And use that as our thing. Okay, so again, just to be human perspective, know how tall that building is. So in terms of story, when it comes to this particular scene, I wanted that building to be not the tallest in the city, because then you're so far off of everything, it's hard to see things under you. And I didn't want it to be too low, because then most of the city will be above you and the camera won't be able to show it. So it's like somewhere in halfway point between the two. So to get started, another thing to keep in mind when you're working, especially with kits like this, you don't really want to go back and constantly find the asset in the content browser versus having it inside your actual viewport. So what I do is I just like select all. So right click on the folder, select all descendants, and then I just move them to the side so I can always come back and pick them. So I just start duplicating from the viewport rather than having to duplicate from the content browser. So that's going to be our main building. I'm probably going to levitate it up slightly higher because I want it to be midpoint but still be kind of tall. And another thing maybe I'll do is, actually this tiling is kind of annoying. I'm just gonna increase it for now. So I reduce the tiling because it's too jarring to look at. Materials, window, oh no. Let's just open this. Glass. Set this to 10 maybe. Yeah, that's too much. Just set it to 1 for now. Oh, it's too large. Yeah, something like that. Drop the exposure. Cool. Now we can come back and tweak it, but it's just to see. Next, I'll actually move the moon so I can get it to the right point and start lighting our scene. Let's see. So if your default day-night cycle does not show up in the spot that you want to, like right now it's probably there, you really want it to show up there, instead of using time of day, you can use a setting in this called manually position moon target. And now if you go in there, there's a moon target here. You can pick it up and move it, but then you'll have to dip the sun down first, so it's nighttime, and then get the moon target that way. And you can always use the building, like you can use the main building to be your center anyways, so you can go pick it up and then reset the other 2 axes on it so it's exactly at 0, 0, 0, and then get your gizmo up here so we can start tweaking it while looking at the final result. And there we go. So we need it right across the city. And then I'm just gonna, actually I'm gonna turn off snapping so that it's moving much more smoothly, and then increase the brightness of the moon so we can see what's happening. Moonlight intensity. Whoa, bright. And we can always cheat like fake lights that are relatively in the same direction if the entire scene gets too bright. I'm just gonna move the clouds out of the way for a second so I can see something. To do that, cloud movement, no, cloud phase. Set it to 2, 3. There we go. So it'll be somewhere right here. Now they have some more settings in here for nighttime stuff. So we have actually the scale of the moon. I can make it slightly larger. And dark side brightness, we don't have any. Glow intensity, you can make it yeah, 0.25. Volumetric scattering, we can reduce that a tiny bit. And then they have an option here for nighttime. I believe it's down. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Well, it was here. I remember there's even under cloud lighting that you can do, which is pretty cool. Night brightness, I think it was called. Let's search for it. Night brightness, there it is. 2. It's always good to like increase it a tiny bit here, and then you can drop it later either with post process or like your color grading that you're gonna do. Now something to keep in mind is probably having the light be really shallow, so you get the thing about this in the original, I think, was that it's got this super long shadow right here, like this stuff. Kind of want to emulate that. You can see some structures at the edge, you want to get their shadows to be like really long. Let's just get the clouds out of the way. Cloud coverage. You can tweak the clouds like crazy too. In the last delivery short that I just did, in the Minerva shot where the text shows up and the drone is flying through, the ship is flying through, the clouds, I really tweaked them to make them as non-relatable to Earth clouds. They're still kind of the same, but I really made them like really stretched and long and like really wispy, which kind of makes it like slightly otherworldly, I guess, compared to what we have before, which is like just Earth clouds. So the settings in here is pretty impressive, which I think is based on the volumetric clouds that come with Unreal Engine anyways, so it doesn't really matter. You can use that if you don't want to use this plugin. Where is cloud phase? There we go. Just gonna get it out of the way. And there we go. And then increase the moon brightness. Mm. 0.8. It's also the fact that the surface is not as reflective. Once we make our own custom top, like rooftop, we're gonna probably have like puddles and whatnot to make it more reflective, like this is like slightly brighter roof material. It's the dark material versus this one, the material itself is slightly bright, so that will help as well. But for now, this is good. what else was I gonna do? Oh yeah, under cloud lighting. Actually, for that, I might have to drop the moon lighting slightly. Let's just add a plane up here for now to see the rooftop a little bit better. Just like the image. Something like that. Actually, I'll make the moon go even lower. It's just that it'll probably start running into a lot more clouds because it's so low. Let's do cloud coverage 0 for now, just to see how low can we push this. Yeah, it's also getting hindered by the atmosphere itself, which is why. Let's add a cube here. Yeah, I think it's just that our structures were kind of tiny as well. If it's going to be a larger structure, the shadow will be much larger. Something like that. Oh, always save. Forgot to save. Probably have to put save reminders from now on. Okay, so that's good. Let's bring back some of the cloud coverage. Okay, so it's not affecting terribly. And let's just increase actually. Oh, whoa, too much. 1.1, 0.2, 0.3. Because I want them to roll above the city, not leave a gap. So I'm probably going to have to move them a little bit in the phase section and direction as well. Yeah, I want above the city to be like completely covered by a cloud and just like an opening for the moon. Okay, so maybe that way. $55. And then another cool thing that this plugin allows you to do is under cloud lighting, which is awesome. I haven't tried it ever, but I can't wait. Let's try it now. Let's see. It's just there's so many settings, it's a little bit hard to find, and I can't remember the name of it. But it is there. Yeah, you can use volumetric. The expo fog is also controlled in here, which is perfect. Let's see if someone sees. Oh, what? I didn't know there was music. Oh, is it that low? Can you hear? It's playing right now. Maybe it's super low for the stream because I lowered the volume because it was too loud in the beginning. Night sky, no, light pollution intensity. What's this stuff? Make it really orange. Maybe really red. Okay, not too much, maybe. Back to orange. Once the buildings start coming in, it will look much nicer, I guess. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Another thing that you can actually do, because I feel like this also tweaks the color up here. I just want that color to hit the clouds and not the whole thing. I could just reduce it here, then keep it as is, and then see if I can fire my own lights upwards. And if it reaches the clouds, probably won't, but we'll see. Actually, instead of this, it's better to use directional light. Oh, probably an error saying 2 lights are competing now. But that's okay. Let's lower this down. Oh yeah, another thing I forgot to mention that I added in the project before starting that I always do is in editor preferences, I went to here and typed rotate. Or maybe it's in project setting. No, here. And under look and feel, I'm so used to Maya and like all these other softwares that have an arc ball to rotate. The Unreal rotation, it just sucks to me, the default widget. So I turned on arc ball rotate and screen rotate, and what that allows you to do is when you go into the rotate window, it's not just this thing that you're rotating, because sometimes you want to rotate on 2 axes at the same time. So now you can see there's like a light circle that is visible around. I don't know how obvious it is if you can see, but that circle is the arc ball that you can rotate, so it's much more intuitive when you want to like spin things around. And you also get this yellow line, which is a screen rotate. So currently whenever you're looking at it, it will rotate perpendicular 90 degrees to that perspective. So it's perfect when it comes to trying to light things or just move things in a specific angle. So now I'm going to see if I can hit it from the bottom. And currently I probably can't because of the fact the plane is probably casting a shadow, but let's boost it to see if we get some lighting going up there. No. And then maybe I just want to see if it can reach. Yeah, the arc ball is super, super nice. Doesn't reach for some reason. Let's just go up there and put a light, see if we can just light it in general. Because I know using these other types of lighting might not be the best way to do this, given the fact how massive these clouds are. You don't really want to do it by like pushing a light's attenuation to like crazy values like I'm doing right now, because it still won't reach the cloud like that, and it'll become very heavy very fast. But I just want to see if I can light the cloud, because without that it's a very important part. The sky is literally 50% of the image, so it's important to get like that red glow onto it. Let's see if I boost. Yeah, so it looks like the clouds only take lighting from like your main directional light source and not like others, which is, I don't know, I feel like they should. Let's put a point light in here up there. Let's put a point light down in here. still kind of very high. Okay, let's make it massive. Really bright. Yeah, so they're not taking the lighting from these lights. Probably have to look into it if default volumetric clouds do, or if it's just this plugins clouds. To test, I'll actually just make a new test level. This is something I always do. Having a test level that you can just play around in without having to worry about anything. So L underscore test. Save selected. And here, just drag a plane and a cube and a sphere. Set them all to 0. Find them. Find the plane. Make it larger. And then add lights. Make the light larger. Make the light brighter. Because a lot of times I'm working for like any of the projects, I always end up having like issues where something's not working, or like I just want to quickly go in and check things. Find a cheat cloud lighting with the material, but it won't be. Yeah, I just want to know if the default volumetric clouds actually catch light from lights or not. Let's see. Where is your volumetric cloud? Give it a second to prepare. Oh, I can see came in. Just gonna add a directional light. Also, that's why using the sun and sky and all that is not advisable when you're testing things, just because you just want to test it to see if it works, and a lot of those blueprints have like so many settings that have been tweaked. Let's add sun, where is it? Sky sphere. Sky atmosphere. Okay. And now I'm gonna take this light. Where's my directional light? Sorry. And just flip it. Yeah, so it doesn't light it from underneath for some reason. Maybe if I turn off sky atmosphere, yeah, then it does. I think sky atmosphere is like stopping it. Because now I believe I'm lighting them from underneath. Yeah, something like that. That's what I want. Is the tops of them darker? Let's see. Make it faster. Yeah, that is exactly what we want. So maybe the sky atmosphere is the thing that's actually stopping it, because if I enable this, it disappears. Does it have a shadow that it casts? Yeah, maybe it'll be something I'll take offline and find what's causing it, and then in the next stream I can show you guys. Height fog. If there's a way to like reverse it. Oh, there we go. It's this setting, transmittance minimum light elevation angle. It says in the description, the minimum elevation angle in degree that should be used to evaluate the sun's transmittance to the ground, and useful to maintain a visible sunlight and a shadow on meshes even when the sun has started going below the horizon. So it counts 90 degrees as horizon, and if you set it to 0, I set it to plus 90. Yeah. Plus 90 is the way. 0 is kind of there. If I rotate the light, yeah, it doesn't really do anything. But if I set this to 0, sorry, set this to 90, and then I change the light, yeah, it changes the angle on it. There we go. I just solved something. This is like at a shallow angle. It's coming directly from underneath. Cool. So we have to find the sky atmosphere. This will probably create more problems than anything. Just gonna open up the original again. Go back down to my gizmo. Find the sky atmosphere. Set this to 90. Yeah, I knew something was gonna get messed up. Yep. Yeah, I'll probably have to look into it in a way where I can still keep the existing sun and sky, because I really like the UDS stuff. But I still need to have lights firing from underneath, lighting it up. Let me see if we have the directional light still. Gonna delete that one. Find the sky atmosphere. Ground radius, maybe? Oh no. Oh no. Planet top at component transform. Whoa. Yeah. And if nothing works out, I'll probably just shoot a message to the developer, see if they know a way, like a workaround, because I think they have a pretty good response rate anyways. So let's try making the ground black. Nope. White. Nope. If I add a color. Nope. Okay. Well, we know it works. We just need to find a way to do it here, because they do give a setting that you can use. Like I said, the night setting they have under lighting, but it's just something that is too like it affects everything. I just want it to affect the clouds and not my scene, because then it'll be too obvious, because I want the rooftop to have the nice blue from the sunlight, but I don't want it to completely dominate the scene right here. This guy. Yeah, the fact that it changes the expo fog itself, I think, is the reason why it doesn't look good. I think it's not even actually lighting the clouds from underneath. I think it's more like an expo fog or something that is being like added everywhere in the scene, so your whole city has it and that lights that up. So yeah, for now we'll just keep it there. I'm just gonna take a quick break for whoever's still here. Woof, or I see 2 viewers, but I will be back in like 5 minutes, couple minutes, and we will pick right up where we left. Hello. All right. We have reached 2 hours 52. Wow. We haven't even done anything. It's just a bunch of blabbing. Okay. If you guys have any questions, concerns, want to share something, we can do. All right. Cool. I'm going to jump right back then. So I'll look into the cloud stuff. I'll probably find a way to figure out the underlighting stuff. But for now, let's just do some more of like city layout. Yeah. It's also because like starting to set up once we start to get a hang of the city layout. Oh, just got here. Hey, Will, how's it going? Yes, sir. I am working on that right now. Working on this particular shot right here. I just didn't do much. Covered just bringing things in and adding window materials and stuff. They can go back and take a look. And currently we're trying to do underlighting for the clouds, where you can essentially see something like this type of a feel, because it looks very cool, and we're trying to recreate this redness of the sky, which is the clouds. But currently I don't see a short way of finding a solution to this, so we're just gonna offload that for now, and then just do more layout stuff so we can start building the city at least. So before we do that, let's jump into the camera. Sorry about the cough. Where's my building? Right here. So I'm gonna try and find a camera that is similar to what the original had. So I'm just gonna open up the original now. Let me go Batman TAS intro. And there it is. So let's see. I just wanted to see how wide the camera is when it moves. It's something that is kind of hard to gauge from like a static shot. You can still tell the camera lens, it is pretty wide, but how wide is too wide. So I just wanted to play and check that out. Right. So that's what we're trying to build, because the camera will be looking down and then looking up, and obviously I'll have to find a much more realistic way for them to get up, because obviously in this they just suggested that they ran up these fire escape stairs, but we want to do something more than that. So we'll probably have to see how far down is down essentially. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is, let's close that. Use our camera. This is obviously too wide of a lens, I can already tell. So jump into our thing, move that over, go to the focal length and increase that to twice. There you go, 22. I'm gonna actually put it to, so because it's anamorphic, it's half the value that we're putting in. So when it said 11, it wasn't actually 11 millimeters. This is way too wide angle, I think. So I would put to something like 28. Let's see. So you still see a fair bit of the city when the camera goes up. Where's our mannequin guy? There you are. Let's just bring him up here. So I'm gonna reset his things. It's gonna be down there, and pull him up. And okay, he's clearly way too big for this rooftop, and that's something that's why I was saying some of the scale of these buildings needs to be adjusted, because if I go back and see when he was on the ground and pull him to the front of this door, he'll probably line up perfectly. So you can see he kind of looks like the door size. If I go back to unlit, like that's pretty accurate. That's like a human figure. But then once you put him on the rooftop, we thought the rooftop was big enough like this, where the thugs are pretty tiny on it. But then when you actually put him there, you realize how tiny that rooftop actually is in terms of size. So we might have to scale our entire building up quite a bit to get the same thing. And again, like I said, for final, I'll probably end up rebuilding the rooftop with custom assets and stuff anyways. But for now, just to get a idea of the size of things, I'm just gonna scale this up large. Like, how big are we saying? Maybe 2 times? What do you guys think? 5 times? Let's pull it down for now. No, even larger, I would say 4 times. Because bigger anyways helps with like the overall massive grandness of things, I guess. At the end of the day, if the windows do look too big, we can always patch more buildings. That's something I do all the time with kit bash buildings, and you'll see that in like Neon Sense as well. I use the exact same building and I rotate it and like do all kinds of stretching and squashing and like sticking on to other buildings like a like putty almost. And that way you can add like much more detail to the same building, because otherwise the building might look too tiny. So let's say if we do keep that size, I think that is reasonable. I think that's reasonable. For them to run like that. What do you guys think? I think if you look at the image down here, they're kind of running. Yeah, I think it's pretty good for now. So just gonna move everything. Gonna take the second plane, which I just put in to get some brighter material so we can see the shadows from the moonlight. And scale. And then select all 3. And then go really high up. So you can like exaggerate the verticality of the building. Like that. Go back to lit. Okay, it might be a little bit too high. Because you also got to keep in mind the sky, like the cloud coverage. Obviously you can push the cloud layer further higher up. There are settings for that, but just to be slightly reasonable with that, because you can go further into the ground anyways, so your ground plane doesn't have to be where this plane is. You can go further lower, but in terms of going higher, there's a limit to it, because everything is like physically, more or less physically based in terms of like the sky atmosphere, the actual clouds and whatnot. So if you go like too high up or too far away, you'll start physically going away from things. So in order to not have that problem, it's better to go downwards. So that's why we can always push the ground down, if anything. Cool. Actually, I also had a cube there. I'll just another quick tip, which some of you probably already know, for copy pasting things really fast, is if you select, let's say I have the cube that is probably down there somewhere. I wanted to move it to the same level as the plane is. You just copy paste the values from the plane to the cube quickly. If you hover over here, you can see the tooltip. I believe, yeah, if you right click here, you can see for copying it's shift right mouse button, and for pasting it's shift left mouse button. So it's like a hand thing, like you can go click click, copy pasting. So it's pretty good whenever you're like sending values from one to the other. You can just go shift right click and it'll blink once to show that you copied it correctly, and then you go to cube, you go shift click, and then it shows up. So it's way better and faster than like going like copy and paste like individually. So that's a good way of quickly working in Unreal. Yeah, there's so many things like this, Woof. I'm not even kidding. There's so many of like these little tips and tricks where I just learned them despite using Unreal for like a while. Well, not that long, but still. I'm like, why was this not on like the homepage? But I'm glad they put it in like these little tips, or like little, even when you hover over things, you can read about them. You can hold Control Alt to read even more about them. And then if you really wanted to read more, you can like see the full documentation as well. You can hold it down. So I'm holding down Control and Alt, and you can click it and they'll launch a browser window. They'll take you to that exact thing on the panel, just perfect. So Unreal is really good in terms of like writing down everything, what each setting does, versus letting like users guess what it is. So right, camera angles. Sorry, I'm gonna open up a sequence so that I can animate now just a tiny bit. Kind of the reason why I do all this before like even doing the layout is because of the fact that it's very easy to just go in and like spam buildings everywhere, but instead of that, it's better to just work from the camera's perspective and then build what you're seeing. So that's why I try to like set it up ahead of time. So if I go in here and select my camera, make sure the focal length I can, well, let's just keep it that for now. Then I can add a keyframe to where I think that shot roughly could be. Maybe a little bit zoomed in, 28. Because you want to know like what your final frame is going to be, the resting of the camera. It'll probably rest somewhere there. So pan up like that. So let's keyframe here. And then go up. And let go there. And then keyframe again. If you click this button right here, auto keyframe, it'll just key in whatever changes. That might be useful, but sometimes there's a problem with this where, let's say I might only move the camera in one axis. I'll only rotate the camera in like say Z axis, right? And then I'll go forward and maybe I'll move the camera in X axis after. But I only want the camera to move in X axis from like, okay, so let's say the first keyframe, let's put 3 keyframes. The first keyframe, camera looking straight. Then the next keyframe, I'm rotating on X axis. And then in the third keyframe, I'm rotating it on Z axis, right? So if you have auto key on, what it's going to do is, because in the second keyframe, you only moved in X axis, and then in the third one, you also moved it in Z, it's going to animate the Z from the first keyframe to the last keyframe, because the Z never changed in the middle keyframe, if that makes sense. So it'll kind of make it not work the way you would want it to be, where if you were to just manually click the button and actually keyframe it, it would be better because you're keyframing the first keyframe all the axis at the same time. Then you're going to the next keyframe where you're just moving it in one axis, but you're keyframing all of the axis. So you're saying Z does not animate from the first to the second, but then when you go from the second keyframe to the third, then you move the Z only. Then you're saying X stays the same and now only want to animate Z. So the Z will only animate in that range. So something like that might cause an issue further down the line, but it's good to have it on because it's quick and easy. You'll just put the keyframe in. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh yeah, FPS. Always remember to set it to the FPS you want. I'm just going to set it to 24 for now. And another thing, I'm not gonna match the intro exactly as is because we're planning on adding a lot more shots anyway. So it's not gonna be an identical shot-to-shot remake. Just want to clarify that ahead of time because you'll probably see some cameras moving slower than usual, or some cameras moving faster, or maybe even new shots entirely, depending on how much city gets built. Because that's the thing about Unreal Engine. Once you build it, you can just put as many cameras as you want, anyways. So, yeah. Let's actually move this there. This is also a kind of weird thing. So you can see if you click here on this, the the last frame of our sequence is 120, and 120, it's kind of non-intuitive. If you look at this little red rectangle, which signifies the frame that you're on, it actually is after, meaning, let's say if I'm on frame, like you might think, oh, this is the last frame because you are right before that red line, but technically 120 is on that red line. So this white line is what is something you should look into, because I got confused initially when I used to animate. I used to be like, but I'm outside the range, but technically you're not. You're supposed to look at the vertical line and not this red rectangle. But yeah, something to keep in mind when you're animating, because a lot of times you might move keyframes where they might be here and you might be like, okay, that's right, because that's the end, that's the last frame, but it's not. That's on frame 119. And a quick way of knowing that is also if you hover on top of your keyframe, like your Cine camera cut section, you can see where the frames are ending. So currently you can see that the camera cut track is set to 0 to 120. But if you wanted to know like how long this is animating, I believe you can check that one too. I think in the properties. No, there's somewhere where you can see the range that this is running from, to and from. So it's easier because sometimes when you're animating, you might be like on that one frame gap. Oh yeah, actually when you move it, you can see. As I'm moving it, you can see the frame that I will drop it on. So if it was here where it was before, it will be 119. But then if I drop it here, now it's at 120, which is the end of the frame. So on the last frame, oh yeah, I remembered. The other way of keying is selecting whichever thing you want to key and then pressing S, which I didn't know for the longest time as well. So much faster than having to move your cursor and click that little button and probably mess up and end up clicking something else. You don't have to do, just hit S, but you have to select the parameter and then hit S, and that'll keyframe everything. So I'm gonna take that and go to the last frame and just move it a tiny bit up so we see the moon. Now yeah, something like that looks good. I'm also, what I'm looking at right now is the amount of sky to building ratio, like where the end of the building is versus how much sky is left when the shot stops moving. So something like that. Cool. Now that we have our camera, you can always select it, and once you select it, a preview will show up here. You can pin it so you don't have to constantly jump in and out. Another way of working while previewing at the same time is splitting your work into views. So let's say if you don't want to do this pinning business, you could go in here and where'd you go? Right here, layout, and you can say 2 panes side by side. And then in this pane, you can say I'm viewing the camera. And in this pane, you can say I'm viewing perspective. So now you can do things like, let's say I wanted to move the building, but I want to view this view right here while moving the building. You can now do that when you have 2 views side by side. However, something to keep in mind, a lot of the times, because right now if I right click in this view, I will actually end up moving the cine camera and putting a keyframe down. Like if I was like, oh, let me see what's there, and I let go and I realized I put a keyframe down here. And if you don't want to do that, the way to do that would be to click here, which is lock viewport to camera cut, which means the camera won't be movable. You'll just be previewing it essentially. But the problem is when you click that, you need to have one active viewport. Let's say if I have this active viewport and if I click it, it will assign the camera cut thing to this particular viewport now. So now if I right click and hold and move and drag, nothing happens. And I can still work around in here and like do my thing while previewing the camera on the other end. So that might be a one way. And if you say that, hey, my machine can't handle two views because now you're rendering two cameras for Unreal Engine, you could drop the screen percentage in that particular one. If you go in this view and click on this and set this to, let's say 50, and you save it, you'll see that it got a little bit low res, but it's what that screen percentage means is that it's rendering it at half the size of what you're currently seeing. So let's say this little rectangle viewport is like, I don't know, like 600 by 400 or something. You're now rendering it at 300 by 200 instead. So that's what that is. And you can render it even higher. If you're getting a lot of aliasing, you can render it at 200. So you're rendering it at twice the size, then scaling it back down. So it's good for like when you have a lot of aliasing or jittering happening in the viewport. So that's another quick tip if you wanted to work faster while previewing your cameras. There is another way of doing that, which is also something that I didn't know for some time, is if you go back to your single pane layout and then you view your camera. Actually, let's say you're in your free view, you click your camera, you pin it, but then you're like, this pinned view is kind of small. Because I swear for the longest time I was like, can I make this a little bit larger? There should literally be a little thing you should drag and be able to like see it slightly larger so you can still work around while seeing your channel. Because currently it's so small I can't even tell like what's happening. And there is a way. It's like took me forever to find, but I believe in editor preferences, if you went to camera, in here there's an option somewhere where you can camera preview size. If I set this to 10, it will get larger. So now I can like work around and be like, okay, I can see what's happening, and when I'm done viewing, I want to view another camera, I can just unpin, pick the second camera, pin, and then you'll be able to see it. But it's still kind of so weird. I'm like, why is that a thing there? It should be a little draggable slider so you can adjust it on the fly, but it's not. So that's the way to do it. Set it back to 5 and we're back there. So next what we will tackle is let me look. Right, so yeah, I guess at this point we can just start layout of the city. So the current understanding is to have buildings on either side, like we did in Rory's work right here. So we're gonna have like structures that are going past it that are taller, versus when the camera rests at the final frame, you're gonna be able to see the skyline in the distance. Now you could do this by hand, obviously, or you could use what I did for Neon Scenes, and that is to use the foliage tool, which is pretty useful when it comes to stuff like this. But you can already see the close by buildings, you can always go in and do it manually, and then the far away ones you can always spend time setting up. Sorry about that. So if I go back to the original, trying to see how much of the view, because also remember this is a 4:3 image, because that's what they had back in the days, but in our case we'll have slightly more room on the sides. So I'm still gonna try to balance this framing relatively the same. We can always go in and change the buildings and all that later, as long as we have something relatively similar setup. Also, another way to like give an idea of scale is to have these windows be tiny, versus if you scale them up too large, it'll just feel like we're in a city with like, we're basically on the topmost floor essentially. We're at the rooftop level. But then if you want to give it like massive scale, then another thing I do with buildings like this that have like a weird shape, like right now if I bring that other one in and I put it there, it'll kind of not look right because of the way it's set up. I would just like invert it entirely. So I would go in and invert it on this axis. But you have to be careful, some of these materials are not two-sided, so always make sure that you don't see like the insides of things. Something like that will kind of naturally taper off downwards. And then the base of all the buildings will do like a larger, thicker level after the fact. So now the building becomes like really tall, which is good. Oops, sorry, I don't know what that flicker was. Okay, and maybe leaving a little bit of gap. I don't know what that, those are probably lights. I can probably hide them later with like billboards and whatnot. Or you can just use make a copy of the blueprint, remove it from the blueprint. I'm sure that that's a separate object. But we'll just keep it for now. Those are like finer details we can do after the fact. I'm gonna make these a tiny bit smaller because I want the windows to look even tinier and the buildings to look much more massive. Oh, you'll probably even end up seeing more of the building, which is a good thing. You know what, I guess I'll just split it in two views. It's kind of hard to tell. So layouts, this is something that I've noticed. I don't think these views get saved. I did try to like save them as layouts, but for some reason when I load it back in, it only shows me one viewport, and I can't solve that mystery still. I'm going to close the place actor panel. Make this larger so I can see what's happening. Set that to view. This is what I was trying to show before, but it didn't happen. If you try to lock the camera cut to the viewport, even though you have selected the viewport and you hit this button, it for some reason applies to both of them. It didn't before. I remember if you saw it last time, but now it applies it to both of them for some reason. And this is something I can't understand why. Like it works sometimes, but other times it doesn't. And then if I click like this, it will disengage it. So let's say this one is still in the camera cut view. So if I view it, let's say they both are free right now. So if I select this viewport, this is my active viewport, and then I hit camera cut, and then it goes on both of them for some reason. And then I don't want that because I want this one to be free. Then you have to select that viewport, then view your camera, and then unview, and then it goes back to perspective. Or you could just go to perspective directly, but that's something that happens all the time, and I don't know why. But yeah. Okay, and just to make these guys slightly visible, I'm gonna make another copy of you. Another thing, because we're in persistent level, all these copies we're making are being put into that level. Something to remember. If I turn this off, you can see the new buildings are not a part of that. So might be something you might have to do is turn that on, move this in there, and then make that the active level so that any copies that you make now are a part of that. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do the same here. Make it tiny. Make it tiny. And then duplicate. And invert in Z. Make it slightly smaller so it goes inside. And we'll fix the base of the buildings later on. Maybe it's a bit too tiny. Has to be the same size. Now move it into frame. Like that. Those are our side buildings. There is one more building here that's part of like a closer building to the camera, I guess. Because when it looks down, there's supposed to be buildings around here. So I guess we can do that one next. Let's see. I want something with like nice rooftop detail, something like that. Oh yeah, and I was supposed to make copies. I said that I make copies of it, and I ended up taking the exact same building. I'm gonna put this one back. That's the original. So we can reuse that. Always make copies. Cool. This one can go here. Be slightly larger. That's another thing. Instead of making things actually larger, keep them the scale they are so that they look more detailed, and just fill them in with like other buildings. That looks much better than like trying to and then trying to set it up. By like scaling the thing. Sorry, I'm kind of lost. Because what I'm trying to think right now is, because I'm eventually going to be placing streets down there, so I'm trying to think of like the amount of spacing I have to leave between buildings. But I still want this nice vertical line going down. Looks super cool. Shows you how high you are. It's like almost like guidelines the more you can place them into like a 1-point perspective, the deeper your image will feel. But then you don't want it to get too close. So I'm gonna make it probably a little bit skinnier. Or let's try to find a building that is not pyramidal but like straight. Very skinny and straight. It's already tall, so we don't have to make it taller. I don't want these pyramidal ones. I want something with a flat top. Maybe this one. Let's try. Sorry about that. Okay, let's get this guy out of here. And let's move this bad boy up here. Yeah, it has too much breaks. That's what I mean. It's like little things like this add that you don't even realize in the long term. Like this building, for example, you see how many like these vertical lines they have, which looks really nice. Your eye doesn't get like like your visual cue for depth doesn't break as much, versus like this building on the right here. It is still nice and tall, but like the steppy terrace type of look that it has, it breaks the fact that it doesn't feel as tall. I guess like this side does, because that line continues all the way down, I guess. So that one's gonna, can use this one on this side then. And to remind that these guys are running in this alley. Right before this is the shot of them running in the alley. So the gap between these two buildings is supposed to be less because it's a very thin alleyway. So it's something to keep in mind when like positioning these buildings. Obviously you can't get too close, but yeah. And then once we add the groundwork and add like nice filling orange lights where the streets will be, it will be like this, almost like imagine like a crack in a object where light is coming from. That's how it'll feel like. It'll look really nice. So that goes there. And all of these rooftops we'll probably have to redo, because like that's nice, but it's still not detailed enough. So probably have to make the top surfaces using like Quixel assets or something. Something like that. Save. Let's see. Let's try one of these. I mean, this is probably roadways. We're not going to use it here. Let's use it in the distance. And to remember that the kit is not just the blueprints that you see here. There's a lot more assets in this kit that are not in blueprints, that are just as static meshes. So you can always go in and find those in particular. So for example, if you're looking for, say, bridges or something, I think you can just look for it. Maybe it'll show up. Okay, it's not called bridge, it's probably called something else. Yeah, there we go, road. So like this wasn't a part of the thing, the blueprints, but if I like drag it in, you can see that it's like a nice intersection of a road. So you can make your own roadways really fast as well. Some of them curve, which is perfect. Stuff like that we'll probably be using. And then we'll probably have to find a way to add traffic using the same method I did for Neon Sense with just video textures. But it'll be interesting to find a way to do that with curved roads, because with the straight ones it's easy. You just bring it in, set it up earlier in like Nuke or like some software where you cut the video of the drone video of the streets into like tiny thin passages that like loop, and then you can just keep stacking them on top of each other. But it'll be interesting to see what happens with curved roads. So trying to see what kind of buildings we can lay in the distance. Maybe a little lower. To kind of roughly, I'm looking at this right now. Just trying to roughly try to match it. Now our city is going to be slightly taller than what you see here anyways, so there will be it won't be an exact match to the skyline. We'll still have some buildings that will be like that, or they'll just go over. But if we can get like more or less the same look, it'll be nice. Now let's use the same building because we don't see the top of it anyways. I'm gonna take that away, push that in depth. Now usually if I was doing this for like neon scenes or something where I'm just making a city that doesn't need to match to anything, I'll just use the foliage tool, assign all the buildings as foliage and start painting them, which gives like a nice random variation that you can then like go in and tweak. This is something that I cover in the course, the Epic Games course, but for now I like hand placing them because it's supposed to match something very specific. And then also to break up the tops of these roofs with like other types of shapes, so it's not just like flat like that. Now I could place the building like this, but that's the thing I was talking about, like leading your eye into certain angles. Like right now this section right here is like a, I don't even know if you can see the mouse cursor because it's so faint, but essentially that section there is like a line that is going into the horizon, deep in the horizon, like a 1-point perspective. So if you place something like this, it kind of breaks that 1-point perspective. So if I rotate it now, it kind of aligns itself where the lines are now continuing that way. So it's just little things like that, something to keep in mind. I'm gonna use the skinny building again. Just shoot it straight up. And use another copy close by. This is something also that I've noticed. It's kind of weird. If you see my cursor, it's like on the little gizmo here. If I move it, it stops right here. It won't go any further because it's reached the end of the frame, right? Like I can't move it further down, which some softwares let you. But if I select one of the axes and I move it, it lets me move it all the way, like past. So you can see my cursor goes past and the building moves. It's like little things like this. I'm like, you need to improve that with your UE. Okay, let's try to lead the eye in. With like shapes like that. And I also have the Art Deco kit, which I'll bring in a second, and you start using that as well. I just think this kit is nicer, so I'm going to maximize the use of this first and then add the Art Deco one for like more natural breakup. Whoa. I think that looks better there than the skinny one. just shoot that up. And a lot of these buildings will be separated in depth once lighting kicks in. So let's say this right here, you can see there's this curved thing, then there's one behind, and then there's this one in the front. Like they're all matching right now, but when you light them differently, that's when it makes all the difference. When, let's say, you put a really bright light on this curve here with spotlights and whatnot, so it lights up this, but then the back area is like set to dark. Or maybe you put a light on the back building and then this curved building is set to dark, so it creates depth. And that's what I mean. Like there's this one image that I absolutely love, and I always show that when it comes to like nighttime lighting, is this particular image right here. It's like there's so many buildings in here, but it still looks like there's so much depth in the shot. There's not enough fog, or a lot of times fog or atmosphere really causes depth to happen. But like in this case, if you see, like it's just lighting, it's purely lighting. The back buildings, yes, they become noise because there's no separation in lighting that is as obvious. So this is the thing that we don't want to do, when all you end up is just seeing a bunch of lights next to each other and you can't tell the definition of the building. So stuff like this is what you want when like you have something really dark against something really bright. It separates that, versus the other way around when you have something really bright like this building against something that is darker, or well, the other way in this case. But let's say this building is light and then the thing behind is dark. So creating sections like this, one after the other, like dark, bright, dark, is like what gives the depth to your city overall, rather than lighting everything the same way. And then obviously keeping the rooftops darker. It's just that we have bumped up the moonlight very strong right now. I'll probably have to tone it down slightly, and then once the grade kicks in, it will probably make it even more contrastier. So it's better to have more information in your render and then grade it darker later. But yeah, that's the type of look that I'm gonna be aiming for. Let's jump back in. Also, by tweaking the amount of lights that are on in the windows will be something that will help. I'm just gonna push that down. These two now look similar, so I'm just gonna rotate, which is good. Some of these buildings have like different faces on them, so rotating them helps. Let's try this big boy. A lot of times, most of the cityscapes will be built like this, where half the buildings are just floating. Unless it's visible, there's no need to separate it. Let's see. I still feel like we're a little bit not that high, but I'm just gonna push the ground down, get more depth. And then duplicate this invert. Yeah, I'll use another building. I want this type of a feeling when you're like flying the camera through the city or something in like some shots, where you get to see, like, let's say if you were standing on like this little section here and you look up and you see this like building that gets larger in size and gets smaller then larger, like we saw in that image from early on. Something like that would be dope. And then obviously in the 2 instance copies that we're making, we have to assign different window textures later on, so that this doesn't happen where your brain will automatically be like, hey, that looks the same. It's the exact same building duplicated twice. From vertically, it doesn't make a difference because you can't tell as much, but still. And I'm just so glad that Nanite is a thing, that it allows you to do this so freely. Like, it just blows my mind. We live in a time when we can do this and not have the computer break a sweat. Like, yeah, I have a 2080 Ti, but it's not like the top of the line. A lot of people have like 3000 or 4000 series card. So my stuff like lags a lot of the time, but I like this. I like these statues. We're going to put a lot more of these statues across the city. Just about crazy verticality. Let's get some of the smaller buildings to fill in the gaps. Because you really want to see them under these buildings. So it gives you a sense of, holy shit, that building is so tiny and the windows are so small. We must be really high up. Just make it twice, or 3 times actually. Hold it 2 times and then duplicate it. Because again, you don't want the windows to get too massive. The further away you go, try to scale your buildings less so that they feel further and distant. Because if I scale this building too big and the windows get too massive, your eyes will be like, oh, that window is kind of big, so that building shouldn't be that far from us. Let's try it on this building. Yeah. And that's what helps to use a new building sometimes instead of duplicating and reversing the scale, because you can push it outwards like this and you can see the depth continuing. Like that. I want to make sure we don't have too many rooftops visible here. I'm just going to cover them up as much as possible. Sorry. Also, if you want to temporarily maximize the view, you can do it like this. Just click this button. Yeah, I don't like how it's repeating now, all these rooftops. Sometimes you can even hack it by like rotating the building. I wouldn't recommend doing it too much because it kind of looks funky. But hey, If you wanted to do it, it's there. Yeah, let's just use another building. It's just not working well in terms of the amount of rooftops it has. Let's see if scaling this bad boy helps, although I don't want to do that. Just want to see more vertical lines, that's all. Maybe I'll place it there and reverse it. Sorry, I've got really bad cough. I've been coughing all night. Oops. Sorry. I'll push all of them slightly back. They're coming too close. Yeah. That's the thing. If you get that close, it might look nice because the rooftops are visible to you and you can see the drop almost like if you were standing on one of them. But then it's hard to tell how deep something is because you can't really see the base as much. So if you push it away from the camera, like, you end up seeing those lines a lot more. Okay, let's find another building. Something with less rooftops. I'll make just another good thing is you can use one viewport brighter than the other, which is always good because you can work with this and then use the other one to just render. A lot of them have a lot of rooftops. Just a few of them don't. Let's try using this. Do the same with this building and push it away. No, it's just cough. Overall, I'm fine. I don't have like fever or anything. It's just this itch, coughing itch. For some reason, my girlfriend has it too. I don't know what it is or how we got it, or but yeah, it just shows up at like after evening time, and it's just non-stop. Okay, I'm gonna make this one really skinny so we can see some line like that, and you can kind of start telling how wide the alley is, because the skinnier the alley, the further up it will feel. No, man, that'll work. This is fun for me. Like, this is like Lego, playing with stuff. That's the good part. The not good part is the troubleshooting nonstop. Being like, why is this not working? Why is that not working? That stuff is a pain in the ass. Let's make it even skinnier. I'll just reserve this building for down area and then fill up the gaps with other buildings. Just use it like that so it feels like there's two alleys. One is here and then you can turn right. And then find another one that has like a square footprint. Find a square footprint and place that at the base. Something that looks square. Which one? Maybe this? It's too simple. Let's try this. I want to make that like defined shape. That defined shape down at the ground level. Some like there. And then scale it up. Maybe too much. 3 times. And then push it forward so we can see it. Make it taller. And then just select this. Make it come this way so you see some gap on the streets. And then select that, and move that stuff this way. So that's a hint of an alley. We're gonna put more buildings there and block the view so we don't have to see that far. But it would be nice to have a skinnier alley like that. Let's see how skinny it looks here. Yeah, it's pretty wide because their buildings weren't as tall. So in our case, that would be nicer. And then we just have to find ways to connect these buildings now. Let's do another one. And push it down. Make it bigger. Actually invert it back. And then it goes down like that. And then it can connect. Make it larger 2 times. Make sure we're not losing that alley shape that we drew. Push it up. So I'm just looking right here at this alley gap, making sure it's readable. Rotate the building a little. Oh no, I hate those rooftops that show up when I rotate it. I'm gonna keep it this way or rotate 180 so these straight lines can continue like that. Maybe pull this building back a little. It's too far out. Like that. And then maybe push it back a little so we can see some depth going down. Do the same with this. Push it back. Like that. And then slightly in. And then this one can be pushed back. Oh, but the alley gets wider. It's okay. We'll keep this one as is. Just have to find a way to fill these gaps in. So I'm going to move it like that. And this one, I'm going to move it like... no, I'll keep that one there. I should probably start picking from the static mesh packs instead of the blueprints. I feel like static meshes are better anyways because a lot of them don't have these antennas and stuff that we're not going to be viewing regardless. So let's do that. I'm going to remove this. And find good buildings. The good thing is at least they name it, so you can just search BLDG and then you'll only get all the buildings instead of oh well, there's some antennas, but it's a building antenna, so I guess not. Let's see how we can search through this, because I don't want those antennas. This is why I don't try to get into the static mesh section, because there's so many of these random things, it's hard to sort. Let's see. No, they all have LG in it too. I think in Unreal you can do a reverse filter, no? Where you're saying, don't show me things that have this. Is there a way to do that? Or you're saying, if I like, because then I can just search and say, don't show me antennas. Yeah, there's no straight way to do this. Because they shouldn't have called these antennas building, but I get it because they're building antennas, but I don't know. Maybe I can search the word building. Yeah, that is it. That is it indeed. There we go. I just didn't know. Okay, so this is gonna take a second if I drag and set this up. So bear with me while these come in. I'm gonna save everything. And it will take a while. Take a rest. How's it going, Woof? What else is up? While this comes in. What time is it where you are? I'm gonna move this into a static mesh buildings folder. So let's call it buildings SM. So it's under the first one. Now comes the tedious part where I'll have to separate some of these out so I can visually see them. Let's go to unlit so it's faster. I was working on that procedural building generator a few minutes ago. Nice. That's good. I love that stuff, man. The procedural... Oh yeah, this is the other problem. Sorry. Just a quick digress. The fact that these static meshes are not set up correctly in terms of their pivots versus the blueprints are. Like you can see the pivot point where the blueprint is under the building. Kid Bash, if you're watching, please. The static meshes need to have the pivots at the bottoms as well. But yeah, yeah, the building generator, that's really cool for like having custom buildings that you want to put in versus these ones, because these can get repetitive after some time. They all look the same, to be honest, once you start populating enough scenes. But what you're making will kind of be nice because you don't have to worry about repetition as much. As long as you give like different materials, it should be good. Okay, actually, let me just sort through the large buildings first. LG. Pull them out to the side. Let's keep them this way. Let's make this larger. And then get all the small ones. I don't even think we'll need the small ones. We'll see. Some of them might have interesting shapes. That's why I don't discredit them entirely. And then the rest are medium. Yeah, it'll take a while to make enough kit pieces to get the variety going. Well, yeah, definitely. I'm telling you, man, just sell it. There's a lack of proper building generator that is like urban building generator on the marketplace. Oh well, at least I haven't seen. But it would definitely be good to have, even for your own personal arsenal. You can just go in. This is another interesting thing that I've noticed. Some of these static meshes are not like entire blocks. So like when you see this building right here, like it might look like it's like one geometry or whatnot, but it has like these half chunks, which is kind of weird. Like for example, this curved one, you would assume that this other building that is like buried in that curve like would continue down, and they just like mixed it together. But I guess to save poly count, they're booleaning it, so you end up with stuff like this. So you might really like the shape of it, but like it's getting cut halfway with like half windows hanging out and stuff. It kind of looks weird. So I don't know if that's the right way, Kid Bash, if you wanted to give people the creative freedom like this one. Like, what am I going to use this for, you know? Like, I understand you're trying to save polygons, but like, I don't know. It's kind of a give and take. I feel like they shouldn't have holes because you might really like it. Like I personally love this one with like these windows on the inside, and it looks dope when it's like cut halfway like that. And now I have to find other buildings to like hide those seams, you know? Sorry, this is the boring, non-glorious part. Or you just have to do it one time. I should actually make them all be the same height, and then I can raise them up at this. Oh no, but they're all different sizes. This is the problem with pivots in the middle, because I was thinking I could select all of the buildings once I'm done like separating them, and then like use the same Z value and lift them all up. But because the pivot is in the middle of the building, some buildings will still be like intersecting the ground. And thank God that Unreal 5 comes with modeling tools where you can just quickly change pivots now in the static meshes, so it's not like a temporary offset, because you can do a temporary offset right here by right clicking and then changing the pivot that way, and then you can even apply it to a mesh, I think, but I think you can bulk do with the modeling tool. But yeah, we have one more viewer who's here other than Woof. What was the story behind your username, Woof? Was it because of your favorite dog? That's the only one I can imagine. Or does it mean something else? Yeah. No, but why spell it like that? That's the interesting part. Instead of WOOF. Yeah, not so temporary indeed. You'd be surprised. So many things stick by. I remember like my Yahoo username. Like, I'm not even going to say it. It's so horrible and cheesy. But I put it as like a 12, 13-year-old, and I'm like, oh my God. Thank God nobody knows that email address, because that would be embarrassing. But yeah, it's funny how some people use the same email and they're like, I don't want to let go of it, but now you're an adult. And now you're like, should I continue using this? Oh boy. Okay, this is taking way too long. I'm still not even done with the small pieces. I guess they have a ton of small pieces. So I'm going to do this offline so that you're not bored. And I am going to just continue using layout with the buildings I have, and then maybe tweak them after the fact offline, so that next time these are all sorted. Otherwise, I'm not even done with the small ones, let alone the medium and the large. But yeah. Oh, so bright. Okay. Because I was trying to get rid of this thing. Like the fat base that it has. It's kind of hurting. You could see that depth even further, but OU has the OO sound in French. The Woof account. Oh, I see. Wow. Yeah, it's funny how so many usernames are taken. You'd be like, wow, you'd expect nobody else to use it and someone still using it. When I came up with industry, I was like, pretty sure nobody will use it. There's so many companies. But they have like other names. So I just added films at the end, and I got the accounts. All right. Let's just make this taller. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Let me save actually. Pretty good. This will be the challenging part, getting the skyline set up in a way that it looks aesthetically pleasing while having enough breakup. Rory did a pretty good breakup with his, where he added like this statue and whatnot, with like a lighting on it, like a central building. So we'll see. Because at that time, I think he thought this was the main bank building, but then I said that they're actually running away from the bank. So if anything, the bank is like backwards this way because they're running in that alley for a while. Like they're running in this alley for some time, so this can't be the bank building. The bank building is further back that way. But yeah, probably add some like those highways and loops and whatnot. And then probably just change the kit entirely and use some other kits I have. Heavy metal, I think it's called. It's a really nice kit. I love the variations they have with like buildings and stuff, and probably use that to like merge into the existing buildings, because that's the thing. All of these will look very repetitive if you don't merge them with like each other or with like newer buildings or something. Yeah, this building is coming out too far. I still want the skyline to be slightly open. Yeah, so you can see distant things. So probably not the thicker buildings in the front. Maybe they should go in the back. Where'd it go? Yeah. Definitely. Let's move this guy further back. Try a little reverse on it. And then we could always break it up with other buildings. Let's grab one of the simple ones. Use that to break up this edge a little. There we go. Move it under. Make a nice little curved angle. So that adds like nice curves. Let's see if it looks better if it's turned. Probably not. Yeah, because it looks flat. And then more skinny and long towers. This one has to be here because the moon needs to be visible. Maybe we can push it back. Let's get this guy in here. Let's reverse this like that. Yeah. Oh, maybe too thick. It's a thick boy. You rotate it? Yeah, this will make it skinnier. I mean, not as thick that way, so it looks distant. Maybe move this guy slightly that way so we see that nice gap in there. And that goes there. And then invert. Back 180. And then obviously we can't get it too skinny because then obviously it's going to break off. So it has to be slightly thicker. And to break the symmetry a little bit, you can make it like offset a little bit. Like so. So it still looks like something. Let's try rotating it. See if it makes it give character a little. Yeah. Because once the moonlight comes in, it'll probably look too flat. This guy needs to go back then. Or front is good. And what else? This piece is kind of nice. I like it. I don't know how we're going to use it. Maybe you use it the same way they used in the Goliath kit. Higher up. Let's see. Because it's like a nice breakup from the monotony of non-stop windows. Not too big. And keep it somewhere where it's just a little visible, tiny bit. I wish there was a way in Unreal where you could turn off all overlays, whether they're selected or not, with a button. Because what happens is, like, if I select it here, it gets visible there. I don't want to see that outline. But in order to hide it, the only way to do it is, like, press G twice, and that hides it there. And then you can, like, move it around. But then the next object you pick again, it'll, like, you know, repeat that. Then you have to do G twice, and I don't know. It's like After Effects has a button where like you can click it and all overlays turn off in that particular viewer. And then you can have a second viewer that has the overlays. Something like that would be nice to have. Or maybe it already exists and I don't know how to do it. Let's rotate this way. Make a little bridge out of it. That could be something. Could be like a train station or something. Higher up. Like breaking up the line in between. And then you can connect it under with other building pieces. Let's see what can we use. Something like that. Make it smaller. Probably have to find a way to like stabilize them at this height. Because you can't make structures that are like completely impossible. Has to be something that has like a little bit of physical reality to it. No, the windows are too tiny and that looks too massive. That's another thing. It's like scale between things. It's like that scale. Like obviously we can change the texture in it to make it look like something, but yeah, that is too intense. And then this is too tiny. Need something that has similarly sized windows. Let's take that. That has a nice statue section to it. could be like that, and then line up with the existing pillars in that round one. And then go down a little. Oh, connected at least. Maybe make it a tiny bit taller and then put it down so it covers the edge entirely. Maybe make it visible so people can see it and see the statues. Yeah, something like that would be nice. I can have like big light spotlights on it. But then we'll need some corridor type of structure to continue this line. Or maybe I can have like the rail coming out of it. Or something like that. I can continue that building essentially. That would be good. Good. Okay, I'm just gonna scale it down and scale it up. Oh no, these statues are scaled like crazy. Okay, I'm just gonna duplicate it. Push that down. Like so. We'll see how that turns. We'll probably, just for temporary measures, let me just duplicate a tower in there. And then rotate it so an arc ball comes handy. You can just rotate it this way, that way, and then maybe this other way. I'm just trying to continue this line here, that's all. Make it look like it's a thing. Probably gonna bring in other kits. Some of them have like non-window sides, so it's just like pure texture. No, sorry, pure concrete, which is good. Because you don't want to see the windows on sides of things. Something like that. Make it taller. I don't know. We'll see. does look like a building, which is the problem. Just like interesting structures that don't look like buildings. That's the goal here. That's what I'm trying to do. Look like little tubes of, like, again, trains or something else. So this big boy is too big. Maybe a little less fat. Skinnier building. Push it down. Like that. Okay. It's coming along. We have the alleyway set up. Gotta find some interesting shapes here. Let's try the same thing. Sorry. Let's try. Let's try this here. Just like something to break up the flatness. Make it look like narrow alleys or something. There's that other building that has a curved top. This one. You can go further down there. Oh, I'm getting a message. The stream's current bitrate is higher than recommended. What does that mean? Is it lagging on your end? No, right? We recommend using a stream bitrate of 4,500 kilobytes. Interesting. Yeah, it keeps adjusting. Stream health. Cool. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, I don't know. It keeps telling me. Okay. Right. So this building can go in here. They show like the two buildings are like similar, have similar tops. And this can go inside of that. Almost like a thin, narrow walkway between the two. I'll probably put some. That'll look nice. Like imagine like tiny walkways between these two buildings and then they're being underlit by the street underneath, so it's like silhouetted. That'll look really nice. I can probably do one more. Give it some structure. Make this larger. Stay there. And then one there, and then flip it. Anytime you place similar copies of buildings next to each other, always try to like rotate them so the window stuff isn't the same on them. And then push this one slightly back. Actually push both of them slightly back so we see a little bit of the street. And then push these a little bit back. And then I'll actually let some small buildings be here so that you can see like very far further down. Gives you a sense of scale. On this side. Duplicate, rotate. Put that one, connect. You get a nice little bridge. Sorry. Goes here. Maybe I'll place it so it's just off screen, connecting to something, but you can't see connecting it to what. That and that. And then some like that. Maybe rotate to show the roads a little. And then take copies of that, push it all the way to the ground, make them taller. Like that. Might be stretching a bit too much, but we'll see. Once I maximize the view, if it's still a problem. Also, for the ground, for now, I do have the video textures that I use for neon synths. That again will be a part of the course that you can see once that Epic Games course comes out, but for now I also have that here. So let's just place them while we're here so we can look at them. So to do that, again, this is an old method. 5.1 has a newer way of playing videos. I don't have that set up right now, but I have to probably look into that, see if there's a better way of not. But for now, this method works. Just a file media source. You can create one, right click, media, file media source, and then drop in your MP4 path. But you have to make sure that the thing is inside your thing. So it's always go inside your content and like find it that way in the movies folder. So it's not like out somewhere. It has to be in a folder called movies inside the content folder. It has to be called this exact name. And then you can place your MP4 in there. And once you do that, then you can make a media player. So right click, media player, open the media player, and then you can double click your file media source. So like this one, I'm calling it flyover, so I can open the flyover one. You can play whatever video, it doesn't matter. And now it will play, make sure it's looping. And then once it is playing, make sure to not close this, because if you close this, the preview stops as well. And then you can find a plane and give it, there we go, find it, and then create a material. We already have the material, so I'm going to go to media player materials and find media player material traffic fly over, and then drag and drop it on this, and double click to open the material for a second. Make sure, give it a second. open up the instance, make sure we have the traffic flyover loaded into this. What the material is essentially, let me open and show you. Just a very simple emissive plane set to default lit, but it does have emissive in it. And you just take your video that was created outside. So in this slot, you will be loading your roads video texture that I have here. So if I open this up, that's the flyover video. If I double click it and I make sure my player is playing. Why are you not playing? Come on. There we go. It's playing. I don't know, it's lagging a little bit, but that's playing. So it will play in the media texture as well. That gets created with the media player. When you create the media player, there's an option saying create media texture. You check that box and it will also create a texture. That texture, then you can load into anything, which is a material. And that's what I've loaded here. Traffic. This one is traffic roads, actually. We need the traffic flyover. Right here, you can see the material is loaded. And then I've created some settings for alpha. If you wanted to, again, pause and just take a screen grab after the fact, you can. But essentially, it's to control the video and how much of it, I'm basically keying it in a way where the darks will disappear and have no alpha, and then the bright areas will become white in the alpha, and then they will show up. So it's basically that. Nothing fancy, very simple. And then click yes. Make sure the player is doing its thing. It's still paused. I don't know why it pauses. It's playing there. So once it's playing there, it will play on these other previews. It's probably getting stuck somewhere. And once it is, then you can find the material and assign it to this plane. Browse. Then go to unlit to make sure it came through. Looks like it didn't. Let's see why. Gonna make this view larger. Do I have Electra player? That's the thing that plays these videos. So if you search, that's why probably. I don't have Electra player on, and I think these players are using Electra. Electra is their new way of playing, because before they used to use Windows Media Foundation, WMF, as the, I don't know, encoder, decoder, whatever it's called, in order to play this. But lately, I think in 5, they changed that, and it no longer uses that. It uses Electra. So it's currently set to automatic, but it doesn't have Electra in there. I think Electra is the thing that works. Let me just try. We'll see if it works. Gotta turn it on. And then, sure, let's turn on everything else. Restart now, save. Give it a second. And hopefully it will play. All right, we're back in. Let's go into our levels. Shot 8. give it a second. It's probably gonna lag a little bit because, oh, there we go. It's preparing mesh cards here at the bottom. Let's find our plane that had the texture on. There we go. What material do you have, sir? There it is. The material, find the texture, find the player, play the player, fly over, use Electra. There we go, save. Now it says Electra player on the right here. It's their new and improved fast player, I guess. I am surprised. It is playing a preview, so this is playing, which is good. I guess I have to double check the material. Oh, the brightness might be too much. I didn't even see that. Yeah, that was it. It was just too bright. 10. Save. So don't close the player while it's playing. That way you can get a preview in the editor. If you close the player, the preview will stop as well. And then you can just scale this up like crazy. Okay, maybe not that crazy. 4, 3. And then now I have been using these videos for a lot of the projects, but I never like spent time to loop them. So I'm probably gonna do that for this project. This is something that needs to be done offline in like Nuke or After Effects or something. But that's a good way of like making sure that they'll keep playing, because right now it will just like pop to the first frame again, and you don't want that. Let's see. Let's try this other material. Let's drop the brightness to 10. Save. Close. Let's assign this instead. So this has a solid alpha, so it doesn't key, essentially, so to speak. Also gonna scale this plane so that it's correctly proportioned. And then you can go back to lit mode. And then go back to my sequencer. Let's see. Content, sequencer, shot, camera cut. Okay, so it is there. It's just too bright. Oh yeah, right, because our exposure. That's why. If I set game settings, does eye adaptation go back in? I hope not. Oh, it doesn't. Perfect. So adaptation is still off even with game settings, so that's one way of controlling exposure. But I don't know sometimes if exposure just doesn't want to work, or if I'm doing something that is wrong. If I open exposure up, it is set to auto. If I set it to manual and change it, it should change. But it doesn't. For some magic reason. Maybe there is actually a post process inside the Ultra Dynamics guy. Maybe I have to make mine override that. Maybe. Let's see if I go to priority. That way you can tell which one. I think the one with the higher number overrides the one with the lower prior. So let's say I set this to 10. So this is my master post process. And then set this to, yeah, that was it. It's like, why is it not working for the longest time? I'm like, post process is supposed to work. Okay, so that's the way to do it. If you wanted to do exposure, go to your project settings, make sure your exposure is set to manual, and then go back here. If you set this to manual here, and then go to exposure compensation, now you can tweak the overall exposure of the scene and then keep it the same. It's a good way of making sure things are of the right brightness. But yeah, it was happening because the other one was taking over, so I couldn't control it. Let's make the road less blown out. So I'm gonna bring this back in, set this to brightness of 1 maybe. Let's just see what that looks like. It's not the right material. This one, set it to 1, save. Maybe we can like contrast it a little. Actually, not contrast, just desat. I think I used to have a contrast in there and maybe I didn't make it. If I go in here, I can always make one called cheap contrast, RGB, and you can place that here. In goes the values, make a parameter, call it contrast, and then set that there. This goes here, save. Close. Find the master again, close, assign the master directly. And now we should, there we go. We should be able to contrast it a little. It's a bit strong, so might not want to do it too intensely. But you can get like nice colors now. So I'm gonna do something like this, but obviously not this, because this is like main highway type of look. Probably do it very subtle. And then some light that'll be bleeding out of it, which will make it look nicer. Let's make it brighter. 5, and then you can increase contrast. If it gets too saturated, maybe desaturate it a little. But the goal is to like get the emissive to get it bright enough. Oh yeah, see, I closed the player, which is why the texture disappeared. So if you ever close players, textures will vanish. But only in like editor. If you wanted to load one of these textures to play it at a very specific time, you can always load it into the sequence itself. You can just go to here and then set it to media track. Where is it? Media. Am I blind? There it is, media track, and then in there you can load the video that way. But I like letting them just play, do their own thing while I'm building the world. Looks nicer because you can see some motion. So this is what I mean, like a nice silhouette. Currently you can see some light bouncing on with Lumen. You can obviously like boost it a lot more, but then the actual thing will get too bright. Where is the material? So if I boost it, let's say even higher, you can see, ignore the road itself. I'm just looking at the bounce light that it's casting into the scene. So something like that would be nice for like final. getting that light from underneath is what really sells it. So for now, I'm just gonna decontrast it. Desat 0.1. This just gives you a scale of how big or tiny the ground is supposed to be. So that might be something to also take a look at when you place these roads, is look at the size of the cars and see if they look okay compared to the buildings that they're next to. So this kind of feels okay. So then when you're viewing through your camera, it doesn't look too funky. Just gonna rotate it this way. Also, something else to keep in mind when you're doing this is that a lot of them will start flickering if you're using alpha on them. Currently, I'm not using alpha. You can see the whole thing is black, pitch black. Like if I go in here and I turn alpha solid off, you can see I have a key now. But a lot of times when you put them too close to each other, they'll like flicker on and off because they don't know which one is supposed to be on top. So always check the translucency priority, which you can find here. If you search translucent on the plane itself, if there's a translucency sort priority, things with a higher number will be on top no matter what. So it's kind of risky thing to touch, but always good to know that it's there, because sometimes if your other road, let's say if I put this road on top, right, and I set it to a value of 1 and it's good, and then I make copies of this not realizing that the translucency sort priority is set to 1, and I actually end up putting it under something, it won't show up under, and then you might be confused, be like, oh, I'm trying to put it behind something, but it's not going behind. It's because of the sort priority. So for now, I'm just gonna keep alpha solid, minimize, keep it there, keep that higher, push this lower. This is what I mean. You see how I have pushed this plane so much higher than the other one? It's like so much higher, but it's still rendering behind because the sort priority on this is higher. So, or wait, on this one is lower? Whoa, something funky happened. While playing with the sort priority, something went weird. Because, whoa, now I don't know what happened. They're both set to a priority of 0, but this one is rendering behind. Let me set this to 1. There we go. So now it's on top. There we go. Just trying to add random things. It's not final or anything. It's just stuff. Guys, just to give like some definition to those alleys, because in the real one it probably even won't be any traffic because it's a back alley. Let's make this also what I meant with two views. It's like one of the views just disappears every now and then. Okay, and then this one goes into free view. There we go. Whoops, my Google's going off. All right, what's the time? Wow, almost hitting 5 hours. I'm gonna probably stop now. But we made good progress today. Feel like a lot got covered in a short amount of, well, not short amount, but like just a lot of setup happened, which is good. And then in the next one, by the time we roll into the next one, probably would have set up a bunch more things in here. I'll go just show you guys what I changed and what I did. And then, yeah, thanks, Wolf, for sticking around. I'm glad that you were here the whole time. I genuinely appreciate it. It's better than me just talking to myself, which I would have done regardless, but I'm super happy that you're here. And yeah, anyone else watching, hopefully got some tips and tricks out of this. Each session I'll probably try to drop in some little tips like that arc ball or something where it will help with your UE journey. But yeah, hopefully you have a great Saturday night, I believe, right? I think it should be Saturday. Nice. For when I don't want to be working about. Yeah, exactly. I hope people watch the stream as like a thing in the back that is just playing, and every now and then you drop in and see what's happening, what the progress is. And I'm mostly doing it on top of like sharing all the stuff. I'm also doing it because like I genuinely don't have space in my hard drive to like capture time lapses of me doing this, and I really want to capture me building this whole thing and sharing what I learned during the making. So hopefully putting it on YouTube means it's automatically a time lapse for us. So yeah, hopefully you have not been up too late. I hope I didn't keep you up too late. I know it was 11 then. It's probably like 1 now. Yeah, YouTube storage. Yeah, so hopefully see you soon. We'll probably hang out on Discord. For anyone else watching, feel free to join our Discord. We have it open. We have a ton of people from like the industry, like VFX industry, 3D animation, newcomers, veterans, all kinds of people. I'm trying to get the community to be a bit more active. It's just that a lot of my friends from the industry are like people who don't want to open computers after they finish work, so a lot of them are not as active. But hopefully we can get more people into this and get more people excited about just making stories in general, Unreal Engine. So I'll stop blabbering. I hope you have a great weekend, Wolf, and anyone else who's watching as well. I'll see you all soon. Bye bye.